Chapter 1735. Brother. Bai Qing was shocked. He stared fixedly at Xue Hui, who was casually tossed to the ground by Zhuowen. His mind buzzed and went blank. He hadn't expected Xue Hui to be defeated and captured alive by Zhuowen. At that moment, not only Bai Qing, but even the people from the Bai clan gasped. The shock in their hearts was even more intense than Bai Qing's. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Even though both of them believed that Zhuowen wasn't weak, they hadn't expected Zhuowen to be so strong that he could capture an early-stage, earthly immortal like Xue Hui alive. At this moment, Xue Hui's face was ashen. After all, he was the mansion master of Green Lotus Mansion. The Bai clan was insignificant before him, but now Zhuowen had actually tossed him before Bai Qing and the others for them to deal with as they pleased. This Bai Qing and the others were instantly put in a difficult position. Xue Hui was the mansion master, after all. He had accumulated prestige in their hearts for a long time. How could they dare to casually deal with Xue Hui now? Xue Hui took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Bai Qing, I, Xue Hui, and the Green Lotus Mansion will no longer act against your Bai clan. Moreover, we're prepared to treat all of you as guests of honor. I hope all of you will conduct yourselves with dignity. As soon as Xue Hui spoke, the hesitation in the eyes of Bai Qing and the others grew even stronger. Obviously, even if Xue Hui was captured alive by Zhuowen and placed before them, they still wouldn't dare to attack. Bang! However, as soon as Xue Hui finished speaking, a foot suddenly stomped on his chest. Xue Hui let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Xue Hui looked angrily at Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked down indifferently at Xue Hui and said, a loser should act like a loser. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Offer up your blood essence, and I'll spare your life. Xue Hui's pupils shrank. This lifeblood essence was closely related to his own life. Once he gave it away, his life would be in Zhuowen's hands. In other words, from now on, Xue Hui would become Zhuowen's slave and be restricted in every way. I am the Mansion Lord of Green Lotus Mansion, an earth immortal. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Xue Hui sneered. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He pinched the sword fingers of his right hand, and a yellow spring death needle condensed. He suddenly shot it towards Xue Hui's forehead, as if he didn't want to give Xue Hui a chance. Xue Hui's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Feeling the sharpness of the yellow spring death needle, his heart was filled with the fear of death. He couldn't help but exclaim, Stop, I'll hand over my life essence blood. Zhuowen completely ignored Xue Hui. The yellow spring death needle continued flying towards Xue Hui's forehead without slowing down. Xue Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. He clenched his teeth, drew out a drop of golden blood from his forehead, and threw it to Zhuowen. The moment Xue Hui threw out the golden blood essence, the yellow spring death needle stopped in front of Xue Hui's forehead. It didn't penetrate deep into Xue Hui's forehead. Zhuowen rolled up his sleeve and caught Xue Hui's golden blood essence. After examining it for a while, he pressed the golden blood essence between his eyebrows. Instantly, he felt that he had complete control over Xue Hui. After putting away the yellow spring death needle, Zhuowen patted Xue Hui's dantian with his right hand. The seal on Xue Hui's primordial spirit in his dantian was immediately released. Xue Hui slowly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. He stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression in his eyes and remained silent. Don't worry. Although your blood essence is in my hands, I won't restrict your freedom. you're still the Green Lotus Mansion's mansion master. However, if you dare to lay your hands on the Bai family again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Zhuowen said indifferently. Shui, Huey's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was most afraid that Zhuowen would treat him like a servant and order him around. He was the dignified mansion master of Green Lotus Mansion, an early-stage Earth immortal expert, and a renowned figure in the central region. If others were to find out that he had become someone's servant and was ordered around by someone else, he would definitely not be able to endure it. Thank you. Shui cupped his fists and said, However, if I have something that I need you to do, you'll have to do it for me obediently. As for my identity, I believe you're a smart person and should know what to do, Zhuowen said indifferently. Shui, Huey's heart trembled. He immediately said in a deep voice, Don't worry, my lord. I won't do anything stupid. Also, the Bai family will become the strongest force after the city lord's mansion in the future. Zhuowen looked at Shui meaningfully and said indifferently, It's good that you have such intentions. You may leave this place first. Shui nodded. However, before he left, he hesitated slightly and said, My lord, are you planning to participate in the divine battle this time? If you are, you can come to the city lord's mansion. At that time, I will definitely entertain you well. Zhuowen's heart lit up. However, he didn't show it on his face. He just nodded and said, When the divine battle begins, inform me. I will rush over to the city lord's mansion. Shui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhuowen had agreed. He chatted with Zhuowen for a while longer before he bid farewell and left Tianluan City. After Hui left, Bai Qing led a group of people and hurriedly clasped his hands at Zhuowen. He said in a deep voice, It's all thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, our Bai family probably would have been annihilated. Your kindness is as great as giving birth to a parent. However, Zhuowen waved his hand. He seemed to be reminiscing. Suddenly, he asked, Is there someone called Bai Fong in your Bai family? Bai Qing was stunned. He glanced at Zhuowen in surprise and said, About the ancestor of the Bai Fong as well? Zhuowen? Unfortunately, the ancestor of the Bai Fong disappeared several thousand years ago. No one knows where he went. Back then, the ancestor of the Bai Fong was already a mysterious saint master and had entered the chaotic divine temple. If he hadn't disappeared, I believe that the ancestor of the Bai Fong would have definitely become a heaven saint master in the past few thousand years. At that time, he would have brought glory to our Bai family. At this point, Bai Qing became silent. The Bai Fong was the most powerful genius of the Bai family. He was a powerful existence that had the greatest chance of becoming a heaven saint master. Unfortunately, he had disappeared in the end. Zhuowen sighed softly. He looked around. After all, he had inherited the Bai Fong's sea of consciousness. His memories of the Bai family were still very deep. At that time, the Bai family was very powerful. They were definitely a colossus in the Green Lotus Mansion. Even the city lord's mansion did not dare to be rude to them. Now, the Bai family was holed up in Tianluan City and had completely declined. The city lord's mansion had long since looked down on the Bai family. Thinking of this huge contrast, Zhuowen could not help but sigh. Master Bai Fong, I once said that if the Bai family really declined, I would support the Bai family for your sake. I meant what I said. Zhuowen thought. In the following period of time, the Bai family basically repaired their own buildings. The battle between the earthly immortals was too intense. Most of the buildings in the Bai family were destroyed. Of course, with the strength of the many experts in the Bai family, it did not take too long to repair the buildings. The Bai family was rebuilt. In a courtyard, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, and Wu Dai were strolling in the bamboo forest. Zhuowen, I really did not expect your cultivation to progress so quickly. You have only been in the Middle Earth for a few years, and your cultivation has already reached the half-immortal realm. Lu Hantian looked at Zhuo Wen with eyes full of envy. Obviously, Zhuo Wen's cultivation progress was so fast that it was completely beyond his expectations. Zhuo Wen smiled and said, "This is mainly because I had a fortuitous encounter in the Shattered Elephant Abyss. That's why my cultivation has progressed so quickly. Speaking of which, the two of you are also progressing quite quickly." With that, Zhuo Wen looked at Lu Hantian and Wu Dai with a smile. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai's cultivation was clearly visible to him. The two of them had not seen each other for many years, and their cultivation had already reached the Heaven Saint realm. Wu Dai had reached the Yin Heaven Saint realm, while Lu Hantian had reached the Yang Heaven Saint realm. With their cultivation, they would be at the level of the Dean and Peak Master in the Eastern Earth Fine Theology Institute. He. Truth be told, it is all thanks to the Bai family. If the Bai family had not given us some of the family's resources, our cultivation bases would not have progressed so quickly, Wu Dai said with a smile. I see. Zhuo Wen's eyes lit up, and his impression of the Bai family improved greatly. Oh, right, Big Brother Hantian and Wu Dai, your cultivation has already reached the Heaven Saint realm. I will give these to you. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve and took out the long river saber and violet luo sword from his spiritual ring. He handed these two items to Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, heaven-defying saint treasures. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai's pupils shrank, and they could not help but exclaim. In the past few years in the Middle Earth, their cultivation had not only increased, but also their knowledge. The two of them had seen heaven-defying saint treasures in the Bai family. They could feel the terrifying aura from the long river saber and violet luo sword. The aura was much more powerful than the two of them. Yes, these two are indeed heaven-defying saint treasures. This saber is called the long river saber, and this sword is called the violet luo sword. Although your cultivation is not bad, you have too few life-saving items. These two items should be enough to save your lives. Zhuo Wen smiled. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. Heaven-defying saint treasures were too precious for the two of them. These items were equivalent to a heaven-defying saint realm expert coming in person. They were very powerful. In the end, Lu Hantian laughed and took the violet luo sword and long river saber from Zhuo Wen. He said, "Zhuo Wen, good brother, thank you very much this time. Since we are brothers, why are you saying these things? These two heaven-defying saint treasures are not of much help to me. I can even save your lives if I give them to you. If you don't accept them, I will feel uncomfortable." Zhuo Wen smiled. Lu Hantian patted Zhuo Wen's shoulder heavily. He looked at Zhuo Wen with gratitude. Although they did not say anything, the two of them could not help but laugh. Sometimes the friendship between brothers did not need to be expressed with words. A look or a smile was enough to express the sincere friendship between brothers. Chapter 1736. Blood Immortals' breakthrough after the Bai clan was renovated. Bai Qing respectfully left the best pavilion in the Bai clan to Zhuo Wen. Coincidentally, the pavilion that Zhuo Wen was in was only a wall away from Lu Hantian and Wu Dai's pavilion. Zhuo Wen naturally knew what Bai Qing was thinking, but he did not expose him. He gladly accepted the pavilion that Bai Qing had arranged for him. His main purpose for coming out this time was the Battle of the Gods. Since there was still some time before the Battle of the Gods, he might as well stay in the Bai clan for now. Moreover, after moving into the attic, Zhuo Wen summoned Bai Qing alone and told her everything about the Bai Fong. At the same time, he also returned all the things that Bai Qing had left behind to her, untouched. Bai Qing was extremely shocked when he heard that Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness. However, he quickly understood why Zhuowen would help the Bai clan. Although there was the matter of Lu Hantian and Wu Dai, it was still impossible for Zhuowen to help the Bai clan so much. Now that he heard that Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness, the doubts in his heart were finally resolved. At the same time, Bai Qing was extremely delighted. Although the Baifeng's death made him sigh with sorrow and sorrow, being able to form a relationship with this mysterious and powerful young man in front of him was still beneficial to him. Moreover, the Green Lotus Mansion's mansion master, Shuehui, was extremely polite to the Bai clan because his blood essence was in Zhuowen's hands. He had also taken care of the Bai clan. In order to curry favor with Zhuowen, Shuehui had even brought over many resources from the City Lord's mansion. This matter had spread throughout the entire Green Lotus mansion, causing many forces to secretly guess the relationship between the City Lord's mansion and the Bai clan. After all, the news of the City Lord's mansion sending people to annihilate the Bai clan had spread like wildfire in the Green Lotus mansion. Although the City Lord's mansion's attitude had changed so quickly that many people did not understand why, there were still some people who faintly found out the key to the City Lord's mansion's change in attitude. And this key came from a mysterious young man. It was said that this mysterious young man had once fought with Shuehui, the mansion lord of Green Lotus Mansion, and defeated Shuehui in the end. Moreover, this mysterious young man had an unfathomable relationship with the Bai clan, which was why the City Lord's mansion's attitude towards the Bai clan had changed drastically. This rumor spread like wildfire in the Green Lotus mansion, so much so that the so-called mysterious young man's image became a peerless expert. Because of this rumor and the City Lord's mansion's attitude, many forces began to fear the Bai clan. At this moment, in the dark loft, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He frowned as he stared at the spirit ring. The spirit ring began to shake, and he could even feel a blazing temperature on the surface of the spirit ring, as if something was about to explode from the spirit ring. "Master, let me out quickly. The little blood disciple is about to break through." An anxious voice came intermittently from the spiritual ring. Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and with a flick of his finger, the blood immortal, which was dozens of feet in size, suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the blood immortal's body was covered in countless blood-red colors, and bursts of terrifying blood thunder were densely packed, spreading out from the blood immortal's body. A vast and terrifying aura burst out from the blood immortal's body like a volcano waiting to erupt. Zhuowen frowned. He could feel the terrifying aura surging from the blood immortal's body. This aura was extremely terrifying, and Zhuowen could even feel the aura of celestial core power in the blood immortal's body. Clearly, the blood immortal was about to transform into a real blood immortal. "You can't break through here." Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. The aura bursting out from the blood immortal's body was too terrifying, like a giant mountain. This aura didn't just appear in Zhuowen's room, but radiated outwards with his room as the center. The Bai family and the entire Tianluan city could feel this terrifying aura, and it caused panic in the entire city. Zhuowen didn't even think about it. He formed a seal with his right hand, and countless runes came out from his hand, and immediately enveloped the blood immortal. Then Zhuowen stepped on the ground with his right foot, pushed open the door, and turned into a long rainbow, leaving the Bai family. At this moment, the people of the Bai family, led by Bai Qing, all walked out. They watched the long rainbow leave, and there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. The aura just now was too terrifying, and they didn't dare to get close to Zhuowen's attic. After all, they were in the Bai family, and naturally, they could clearly feel that the aura came from Zhuowen's attic. What a terrifying aura! What is that blood-red monster in the master's hand? Why does it have such a terrifying aura. Bai Qing was shocked. He was the expert with the highest cultivation in the Bai family, and his eyesight was far better than others. After Zhuowen turned into a long rainbow and left, he keenly noticed that Zhuowen was carrying a blood-red monster that was dozens of feet long. Moreover, Bai Qing was even more shocked to find that the Blood Immortal's aura was so powerful that it was not inferior to Xue Hui, the mansion master of the Green Lotus Mansion. He is indeed the master. Only the master can have such a terrifying monster as a fighter, right? Bai Qing's gaze was complicated, and his respect for Zhuowen grew. Earlier, when Zhuowen showed his powerful strength, he had already changed the way he addressed Zhuowen to master to show his respect. Zhuowen was extremely fast, and he passed by one city after another. At the same time, he keenly felt that the aura of the Blood Immortal, who was sealed by the devouring curse, was getting stronger and stronger. Under the influence of the Blood Immortal's aura, his seal began to show signs of loosening. Without hesitation, Zhuowen opened his 100-foot-long thunder wings and flew into the clouds. Countless muffled thunders resounded. He was like an arrow leaving the bow, and his speed increased by a lot. Soon, Zhuowen found an extremely desolate desert. This place was almost at the edge of the Green Lotus Mansion, and there were no signs of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles around. Sand and stones were flying everywhere, and it was like a ruined ancient battlefield. Flying above the desert, Zhuowen suddenly threw the Blood Immortal into this place. The devouring curse that trapped the Blood Immortal had reached its limit and collapsed inch by inch. Boom! As soon as the curse was broken, the Blood Immortal's aura poured out like a dam bursting. Suddenly, the hundreds of thousands of miles of desert was set off by this terrifying aura, and a terrifying sandstorm was set off. In this sandstorm, bursts of blood-red lightning shot up into the sky, forming terrifying blood pillars. It looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen floated in the sky, quietly looking down at the terrifying blood pillars caused by the Blood Immortal. His eyes were full of seriousness. At the same time, in the sky above, terrifying tribulation clouds began to gather. Strangely enough, these tribulation clouds weren't the pitch-black clouds that Zhuowen had seen before. Instead, they were rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds. But within these auspicious clouds, there were bursts of 7-colored lightning tribulation. Each bolt of 7-colored lightning contained extremely terrifying power. The moment the 7-colored, auspicious clouds appeared, Xue Hui, who was in the city lord's mansion in the center of the Green Lotus Mansion, suddenly opened his eyes in a secret room. He jumped out and focused his gaze on the 7-colored, auspicious clouds in the distance. He murmured, "7-colored, auspicious clouds? Is someone about to become an immortal? And it's in my territory." Xue Hui's eyes flickered, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but say, "Could it be my lord?" With that, Xue Hui took a step forward and rushed towards the 7-colored, auspicious clouds in the distance. In the Green Lotus Mansion, there were very few half-immortals, and most of them were in the city lord's mansion. But this 7-colored, auspicious clouds came from another area of the Green Lotus Mansion. Then, it could only be Zhuowen, who had defeated him before. After all, Zhuowen was also a half-immortal. Xue Hui was not the only one. The mansion masters of the nearby Green Lotus Mansion also noticed the 7-colored, auspicious clouds floating in the sky. Immediately after, the mansion masters of the nearby Green Lotus Mansion all rushed out and gathered towards the 7-colored, auspicious clouds. In the Wind and Thunder Mansion, Feng Ruji's eyes suddenly opened. He slowly stood up, and through the open window, he muttered, "Someone is about to become an immortal?" Looking at that direction, it should be the Green Lotus Mansion. Let's go take a look. Boom, boom, boom. a seven-colored tribulation, thunder fell from the clouds, and the seven-colored light filled the sky above the desert. Zhuowen couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at the seven-colored tribulation thunder in shock. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the seven-colored tribulation thunder. The seven-colored tribulation thunder struck down, and suddenly the terrifying blood lightning that rose from the desert was directly dispersed. The blood immortal stepped on the desert, and like a storm, she rushed towards the seven-colored tribulation thunder. Boom! The seven-colored tribulation thunder fiercely hit the blood immortal. Suddenly, the blood immortal's body was filled with a terrifying seven-colored light. Then she fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole in the desert. Zhuowen looked over, and his eyes were full of seriousness. He clearly saw that the seven-colored tribulation thunder had pierced through the blood immortal's chest. Bright red blood was left in the hole along with the blood lightning, forming a small blood pool. The blood immortal barely propped herself up from the blood pool. Her eyes were filled with terror. She didn't expect the seven-colored tribulation thunder to be so terrifying that it could directly pierce through her body. Even though her body was far stronger than a warrior's, she still couldn't escape. And the blood immortal's wound healed very slowly. Blood kept pouring out, and it looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen stared at the blood immortal's miserable state, and his eyes narrowed. After all, the blood immortal was his most capable helper, and once she became an immortal, she would be of great help to him. So he naturally couldn't just sit and watch. Thinking about this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out the golden thunder bamboo. He threw it to the blood immortal and said, "Take the golden thunder bamboo. This can help you weaken the tribulation thunder." The blood immortal took the golden thunder bamboo and stared at Zhuowen in the sky with a complicated expression. She didn't expect Zhuowen to take out the golden thunder bamboo to help her. She felt as if a block of ice had melted in her heart. "Thank you," the blood immortal said, seriously. At the same time, another seven-colored tribulation thunder struck down from the tribulation clouds. It rumbled and looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 1737. Seven-colored thunder tribulation sizzle. The seven-colored thunder tribulation was extremely fast. It tore through the void and instantly fell on top of the blood immortal's head. The blood immortal quickly raised the golden thunder bamboo. Instantly, the seven-colored thunder tribulation fell on the golden thunder bamboo and exploded into a terrifying seven-colored thunder thread. However, if one looked closely, one could see that most of the seven-colored thunder thread was absorbed by the golden thunder bamboo. Only a small part fell on the blood immortal's body. With the blood immortal's strong body, she could withstand it. The blood immortal's eyes were filled with ecstasy. She was really grateful to Zhuowen. She knew very well that without the help of the golden thunder bamboo, it would be impossible to withstand the seven-colored thunder tribulation so easily. Boom, boom, boom. In the seven-colored auspicious clouds, streaks of seven-colored thunder tribulation fell and gathered into a terrifying seven-colored light. The seven-colored light was so dense that it almost covered the scorching sun above the desert. It actually dyed the entire desert in the seven-colored light. The blood immortal held the golden thunder bamboo and resisted the seven-colored thunder tribulation in an orderly manner. Every time she survived the seven-colored thunder tribulation, her chi became stronger and stronger. The last thunder tribulation. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zhuowen. Without turning around, Zhuowen said lightly, "Brother Xuehui, were you attracted by the seven-colored auspicious clouds?" Xuehui, in a green robe, flew to Zhuowen's side. He looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression, and then looked at the blood immortal. He nodded and said, "Yes, I thought it was you who was going through the seven-colored thunder tribulation, but I didn't expect it to be. She's called the blood immortal. She's my servant." Zhuowen said lightly. Xue Hui's heart trembled as he looked at Zhua when with even more respect. Although he had guessed it, he had never thought that the blood-colored monster undergoing the seven-colored lightning tribulation would actually be Zhua Wen's servant. Moreover, Xue could clearly feel that the blood-colored monster's qi was extremely vast. It could be said that it was even stronger than him. He knew that once the blood immortal went through the seven-colored thunder tribulation, she would definitely be no ordinary earth immortal. "I didn't lose in vain." Xue sighed softly and muttered to himself. At this moment, the seven-colored clouds in the sky began to spin violently, forming a seven-colored vortex. Then, the seven-colored vortex turned into an inverted funnel and rushed towards the blood immortal. Crackle! Countless explosions rang out as an invisible pressure spread out, causing Zhuowen and Xue Hui's expressions to change slightly. They could not help but retreat. The seven-colored tribulation cloud that descended in the shape of an inverted funnel actually contained a dense amount of seven-colored lightning. The density of the lightning was so dense that it caused one's scalp to go numb. This last bolt of seven-colored divine retribution lightning was far more terrifying than the previous ones. Even the blood immortal couldn't help but back up. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she didn't dare to get close to the descending clouds. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He flicked his finger and took out another golden thunder bamboo. He threw it to the blood immortal and said, "Take this." The blood immortal's right claw pulled out and caught the golden thunder bamboo. Her eyes were filled with seriousness as she looked up at the descending clouds. She took a deep breath and held the two golden thunder bamboos above her head. "Come on, whether we can survive this tribulation or not depends on this." The blood immortal growled. She stepped on the ground with her right foot and directly entered the center of the descending clouds. Her figure suddenly disappeared. Zhuowen stared at the seven-colored clouds that swallowed the blood immortal with extreme caution. Even for him, this tribulation cloud still gave him a huge amount of pressure. Zhuowen and Xue were silent as they looked at the seven-colored clouds in front of them. Xue Hui's eyes flashed, while Zhuowen frowned slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two figures came from the other side of the desert. The aura of these two figures was very strong. There was a faint aura of powerful celestial core power. This made Zhuowen's pupils shrink into needles. One of these two people was a bald old man, and the other was a gloomy, skinny man. When these two people arrived, they first looked at the seven-colored clouds. Their eyes were filled with seriousness, and then they looked at Zhuowen and Xue. However, they ignored Zhuowen and looked directly at Xue. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that Zhuowen was only a half-immortal. Although this cultivation was not bad, it was still not enough to enter their eyes. "Xue, you came pretty fast." The middle-aged skinny man grinned. His eyes were filled with gloomy intent. "This person is Zhou Jun from Zhou Tan Mansion. He is extremely gloomy and likes to use underhanded means." Xue said to Zhuowen in a deep voice. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he did not like Zhou Jun. He continued, "The other person is Elder Zhu Shang from Precipice Mansion. He is also an early-stage earthly immortal. His strength is not to be underestimated." Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and then he nodded. With his perception, he was naturally able to sense that this bald old man and Zhou Jun were existences at the initial stage of the earthly immortal realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to sense the aura of the seven-colored tribulation lightning here and rush over. Moreover, Zhou Tan Mansion and Precipice Mansion were not far from Green Lotus Mansion. They were nearby mansions. In addition, this was the border of Green Lotus Mansion. Naturally, it did not take too much time to come here. What kind of people were Old Man Zhu Shang and Zhou Jun? When they saw Xue Hui's actions, they revealed astonished expressions. After all, looking at Xue Hui's actions and posture, it seemed that he was rather respectful towards Zhuo Wen, who was only a half-immortal. Xue Hui, when did you become so obedient to a mere half-immortal ant? You are really a disgrace to Green Lotus Mansion. Zhou Jun sneered. Xue Hui frowned slightly and said coldly, Zhou Jun, my affairs are not for you to meddle in, right? Zhou Jun's eyes narrowed. He stared at Zhuowen and sneered. However, he did not answer. Instead, he turned his head and continued to look at the seven-colored tribulation cloud. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Zhou Jun. Just now, he could clearly feel that Zhou Jun's gaze contained a trace of killing intent. The killing intent was very light, but it still attracted Zhuowen's attention. My lord, you don't have to pay attention to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun was defeated by me when we sparred. He has been brooding about this matter. That's why he is so rude to me. Perhaps he doesn't like you, my lord, Xue Hui said in a low voice. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. However, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. If Zhou Jun did not provoke him, Zhuowen would naturally not find trouble with him. However, if Zhou Jun took the initiative to provoke him, Zhuowen would not blame him. According to Xue Hui, Zhou Jun's strength was weaker than Xue Hui's. He had even defeated Xue Hui, so how could he be afraid of Zhou Jun? Rumble! Suddenly, the funnel-shaped seven-colored, auspicious cloud slowly sank. Then, it began to expand violently. If one looked carefully, there was a trace of blood-red lightning faintly surging within the seven-colored, auspicious cloud. It looked quite strange. Bang! With a muffled sound, the seven-colored, auspicious cloud began to disperse. Then, it slowly dissipated into the sky. Within the seven-colored, auspicious cloud, a blood-red figure fell to the ground in a very sorry state. At this moment, the blood immortal was in a very sorry state. Her entire body was covered in blood. Blood flowed from many places, and her aura was extremely weak. Although the blood immortal's aura was very weak, her body had undergone a qualitative change. Zhuowen could clearly feel that the blood immortal's physique and the power in her body were much stronger than before, especially the surging blood-red lightning, which actually contained a trace of seven-colored light. However, the blood immortal had just gone through the seven-colored lightning tribulation. She was too weak. After she slowly recovered, her strength would probably undergo a very terrifying qualitative change. The moment they saw the blood immortal, Old Man Zhu Shang and Zhou Jun were both surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that the one going through the tribulation was not a warrior, but such a strange blood-red monster. Zhou Jun and Old Man Zhu Shang looked at each other and saw a strange look in each other's eyes. Since it was not a warrior, but a monster, both of them had the idea of subduing this monster. Blood immortal, come back. At this moment, Zhuowen's voice came. Immediately, the blood immortal struggled to get up and was instantly taken into the Azure Dragon Palace by Zhuowen. As for the two golden thunder bamboos, they were held in Zhuowen's hands. At this moment, the surface of the golden thunder bamboo was surging with seven-colored lightning. The lightning was like a snake, slowly moving between the branches of the golden thunder bamboo. Seeing the seven-colored lightning lingering around the golden thunder bamboo, Zhou Jun, Old Man Zhu Shang, and Xue Hui were all surprised, especially Zhou Jun, who frowned slightly. He did not expect that the blood-red monster going through the tribulation was a mere half-immortal item. Zhou Jun suddenly said, "Name a price. I'm willing to buy that blood-red monster." Zhuowen put away the golden thunder bamboo and coldly looked at Zhou Jun. "You want to buy the blood immortal? Can you afford it?" Hearing this, Zhou Jun's face suddenly turned green and then white. He coldly said, "A mere half-immortal dares to be so arrogant. I'm afraid you've never seen a spiritual crystal in your life. I'll buy your blood-red monster for 1,000 spiritual crystals. This is a good deal for you." Xue Hui looked at Zhou Jun as if he was looking at an idiot. He had a deep impression of Zhuowen's enormous reserves of spiritual crystals. This kid could casually take out 7,000 spiritual crystals in a battle. Why would he care about a mere 1,000 spiritual crystals? 1,000 spiritual crystals. That's funny. If you really want to buy the blood immortal, then take out 1,000,000 spiritual crystals. Zhuowen sneered. Zhou Jun's face suddenly became gloomy. He did not have many spiritual crystals. How could he take out 1,000,000 spiritual crystals? Obviously, Zhuowen's words were a disguised refusal. Zhou Jun coldly said, "You're just a half-immortal. This thing is very troublesome in your hands. You might even lose your life because of it. I advise you to be smart." Zhuowen's eyes turned cold and said, "Are you threatening me? You're not qualified. If you don't want to die, then scram." These words completely ignited Zhou Jun's temper. Zhou Jun's aura erupted and his robe fluttered. He revealed a cruel smile and said, "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then I'll have to teach you a lesson. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Chapter 1738. Origin. Soul Bomzhuowen narrowed his eyes as he silently stood on the spot. He stared at Zhou Jun's fist that was getting closer and closer, as if he was completely indifferent. However, in Zhou Jun's eyes, Zhuowen's performance was an expression of shock. As a result, the disdain and contempt in his eyes grew even stronger. In his heart, he was even more determined to get his hands on the blood immortal. However, when Zhou Jun's fist approached, Xue Hui, who was standing behind Zhuowen, snorted coldly. He clenched his right hand into a claw and fiercely struck out, smashing into Zhou Jun's fist. Boom! A rather ear-piercing explosion resounded. Afterwards, a violent gale surged out between Zhou Jun and Xue Hui. After that, Zhou Jun and Xue Hui both let out a muffled groan at the same time as they explosively retreated. However, Zhou Jun retreated a few dozen steps more than Xue Hui. The outcome of this exchange was obvious. Zhou Jun's strength was clearly slightly weaker than Xue Hui's. "Xue Hui, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Jun's face was flushed red as he spoke in a rather low voice. Xue Hui swept over to Zhuowen's side and coldly stared at Zhou Jun. He said, "What is the meaning of this? As the master of Zhou Tan Estate, could it be that you want to shamelessly snatch someone else's possession?" Zhou Jun's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, "Xue Hui, this person is only a half-immortal. What ability does he have to possess such a powerful mount? It's better to snatch it and split it between the three of us." Not far away, old man Zhu Shang's eyes flickered. He took a deep look at Xue Hui. His observation was much more meticulous than Zhou Jun's. He keenly noticed that Xue Hui's attitude towards Zhuowen was greatly different. In particular, the reverence in Xue Hui's eyes when he looked at Zhuowen was absolutely not fake. This was rather thought-provoking in old man Zhu Shang's eyes. He knew that the half-immortal by Xue Hui's side was probably not simple. This was also the reason why old man Zhu Shang hadn't made a move until now. It was because he couldn't determine Zhuowen's strength. Xue Hui sneered in his heart. He had personally experienced Zhuowen's strength. Moreover, His life essence was still in Zhuowen's hands. How could he dare to mess around with Zhuowen? He could only curse Zhou Jun in his heart for being stupid. There's no need to say anything more. If you want to snatch my friend's things, then don't blame me for being rude. Shuehui said coldly. Zhou Jun's brows knit together tightly when he heard this. He never expected that Shuehui would actually protect the quasi-immortal behind him like this, and his gaze flickered, yet he didn't dare make another move. Shuehui's strength had always been stronger than him. Even if he fought recklessly, he might not be Shuehui's opponent. Therefore, if Shuehui really wanted to protect the half-immortal behind him, he couldn't do anything about it. Whoosh! Just as Shuehui and Zhou Jun were in a stalemate, a rainbow came from afar. Wherever the rainbow passed, countless wild winds howled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The rainbow instantly swept across the sky above the desert. Then it set off a violent sandstorm in the desert. Countless flying sand and stones swept across the sky. It was an extremely spectacular sight. In the center of the sandstorm, a majestic figure slowly floated in the air. Zhuowen slightly turned his head, and his gaze fell on the figure in the sandstorm. He frowned slightly. He felt a familiar aura from the figure, and this aura was extremely terrifying. It was far more terrifying than Shuehui, Zhou Jun, and Old Man Zhu. Shuehui, Zhou Jun, and Old Man Zhu also turned their heads and saw that the sandstorm had dispersed. A proud figure slowly appeared in their line of sight. The figure that appeared in their line of sight was wearing a white robe. His hair and beard were all white, and his eyes were filled with sharpness and brilliance. Feng Ruji from the Wind and Thunder family? Shuehui and the other two's pupils shrank, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Wen's eyes narrowed as he secretly raised his guard. Even though he had reverted to his original appearance after leaving the shattered elephant abyss, a powerful existence like Feng Ruji would still be able to detect some clues. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Moreover, although Feng Ruji was also an earth immortal, his aura was much stronger than Shuehui and the other two. Zhuowen guessed that he should have reached the late stage of the earth immortal realm. Feng Ruji indifferently glanced at the four people present, but his gaze paused on Zhuowen. His eyes revealed a trace of undetectable surprise. Obviously, Zhuowen's half-immortal cultivation had attracted his attention, and for some reason, Feng Ruji actually felt a trace of familiarity from Zhuowen, as if he had seen him before. But when he looked carefully, he found that this person's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. After a few glances, Feng Ruji turned his head and looked around the desert. He frowned and said, "Just now, someone should be undergoing the seven-colored lightning tribulation here, right? Where is that person?" Shuehui's eyes flickered, but he didn't say a word. Old Man Zhu also didn't say a word. Instead, it was Zhou Jun who revealed a happy expression and hurriedly said, "Feng clan leader, the seven-colored lightning tribulation that appeared should be this boy's mount. And this boy's mount is not simple." "Oh." Feng Ruji looked at Zhuowen with surprise. He didn't expect that a mere half-immortal could have a mount that had undergone the seven-colored lightning tribulation and become an immortal. It was really beyond his expectations. "Feng clan leader, this is a good opportunity. This kind of earthly immortal realm mount is just right for you." Zhou Jun began to flatter. Feng Ruji's lips curled up, and a trace of complacency appeared in his eyes. Then he looked indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "If what Zhou Jun said is true, then you'd better hand it over." Zhuowen's lips curled up in a cold smile. He said, "Hand it over? On what basis?" "On the basis of you, a mere earthly immortal." Hearing this, Feng Ruji's face suddenly became gloomy. Shuehui, who was standing beside Zhuowen, hurriedly came out and said with a flattering smile, "Feng clan leader, I hope you can be lenient. This person is my distant nephew. He is not very sensible, so if he offends you, please forgive him." "Shui, what nonsense are you talking about? You don't have a distant nephew. You want to deceive us about this matter? You're really bold." Zhou Jun sneered. Shui Hui's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhou Jun coldly. He said, "I don't have a distant nephew. How do you know? Why do you care about my private affairs? Shut your dog mouth. If you don't agree, let's compare notes." Zhou Jun's eyes turned cold. He was not as strong as Shui Hui. Naturally, he didn't want to compare notes with him. However, with Feng Ruji standing beside him, he was not afraid. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are deliberately shielding this boy. You don't put Feng clan leader in your eyes at all. Feng clan leader, these two people are too arrogant. If you don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public." Shui Hui still wanted to say something, but a hand reached out and stopped Shui Hui from continuing. Zhou Wen slowly walked forward. He glanced indifferently at Zhou Jun and then at Feng Ruji, who was as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "How about a bet between you and me?" Feng Ruji raised his eyebrows and said laughingly, Are you qualified to bet with me?" Zhou Wen smiled faintly. He took out a white primordial spirit bomb from his spirit ring and said indifferently, "Am I qualified now?" The moment he took out the primordial spirit, Shui Hui, Zhou Jun, Feng Ruji, and Elder Ju all involuntarily narrowed their eyes. "Primordial spirit? Why do you have a primordial spirit in your hand?" Zhou Jun gasped in disbelief. Feng Ruji's eyes were extremely solemn. He looked deeply at the primordial spirit in Zhou Wen's hand. He could feel that the primordial spirit's aura was quite vast. According to his estimation, it was at least a late Earth immortal realm primordial spirit. If such a primordial spirit exploded, even he would be in a difficult situation and might even be injured. Shui Hui was even more shocked. His pupils shrank into needles as he stared at Zhou Wen. He thought that he had overestimated Zhou Wen, but now he realized that he had underestimated the latter. This Origin Soul Bomb was so terrifying that it was entirely capable of blasting him into pieces. At this moment, he felt rather fortunate that Zhou Wen hadn't killed him that day, and he didn't have too much of a grudge towards the matter of his origin blood essence falling into Zhou Wen's hands. "You have the ability to detonate primordial spirits?" Feng Ruji asked suspiciously. "You can try," Zhou Wen said in a low voice. Feng Ruji frowned and was silent for a long time. Then he said coldly, "Although you have a primordial spirit, with your strength, you can only hurt me if your primordial spirit touches me. If I want to hide, your primordial spirit bomb will not help at all." Zhou Wen sneered. "Of course I know that, but I have this primordial spirit bomb. You won't dare to approach me." Indeed, as Feng Ruji said, the primordial spirit bomb needed some time to detonate. Although the time was very short for an expert like Feng Ruji, he could probably avoid the center of the explosion, and the damage would not be too great. "How do you want to bet?" Feng Ruji asked in a low voice. Zhou Wen pointed at Zhou Jun, who was standing next to Feng Ruji, and said, "This guy wants to steal my mount, so I'll give him a chance. If he can defeat me, I'll give him the mount. What's the big deal? Life and death in this battle will be up to the heavens. How about it?" Zhou Jun's face changed slightly. He stared at the primordial spirit bomb in Zhou Wen's hand with great fear and flatly refused. "I refuse this battle. You have the primordial spirit bomb. As long as you detonate it, you can defeat me. There is no suspense in this battle." At this moment, Zhou Jun's heart was slightly bitter. He finally knew why Shui Hui was so respectful to this young man in front of him. It turned out that this young man was not simple. This primordial spirit bomb was enough to kill him. How could he dare to accept this battle? Zhuowen sneered again and again. He put the primordial spirit into the spirit ring and said, "I will not use this primordial spirit bomb in this battle. You and I will compete with immortal spells without relying on external objects." Hearing this, Zhou Jun was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. If they competed with immortal spells, naturally, he could completely crush this Zhuowen. Feng Ruji narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Zhuowen. Even he was a little surprised that this young man in front of him was so arrogant. He planned to directly use immortal spells without using the primordial spirit bomb. "Okay, since you have agreed, this battle can be established." But Feng Ruji stopped here and turned to look at Zhou Jun. The latter understood and quickly said with a smile, "Don't worry, Patriarch Feng. I will give you the mount directly." Chapter 1739. Bloodthirsty Finger. "Of course I trust Patriarch Feng," Zhou Jun said with a mischievous smile. Zhuowen looked coldly at Zhou Jun and Feng Ruji, who were echoing each other, and sneered in his heart. Zhou Jun and Feng Ruji really thought that he was an ordinary half-immortal. Shui Hui looked on coldly from the sidelines. He was not worried about Zhuowen at all, because he knew that Zhuowen's strength was much stronger than his. It was naturally easy for him to deal with Zhou Jun, who was weaker than him. Moreover, Zhou Tan Mansion, where Zhou Jun lived, did not have a strong foundation. There was no earthly immortal sacred artifact in the city lord's mansion. Moreover, no external objects could be used in this battle. In Shui Hui's opinion, Zhou Jun would definitely lose this battle. Zhou Jun stepped into the air and instantly flew high up in the sky. He looked down at Zhuowen with sharp eyes and said indifferently, "Why are you still not coming up? Do you need me to invite you up?" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and terrifying celestial core power rushed out of his body. It suddenly turned into a giant hand and grabbed at Zhou Jun in the sky with the intention of dragging him down. Zhou Jun snorted coldly, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He also grabbed at the void with his right hand, and his celestial core power surged out. A giant hand appeared and fiercely smashed towards Zhuowen's giant hand. Bang! 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 The two giant hands collided with each other in an instant, causing a series of explosive sounds to erupt. The sound of the air being torn apart continued to resound. Then, Zhuowen's giant hand was actually suppressed. Zhou Jun laughed and said, "You are just a half-immortal, yet you want to pull me down? You are overestimating yourself." With that, Zhou Jun's right hand pulled again, and the giant hand that Zhuowen had conjured was immediately covered. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a sneer. In his dantian, the essence blood of the fighting Buddha demon saint on the surface of the shattered inner core was mobilized. Instantly, the giant hand formed by his celestial core power emitted a terrifying white light. Bang, bang, bang. The celestial origin energy giant hand formed by Zhou Jun completely collapsed and turned into countless white fragments. The giant hand formed by Zhuowen soared into the sky, grabbed Zhou Jun, who had a shocked expression on his face, and threw him violently. Boom! Zhou Jun was caught off guard and was directly thrown to the ground by the large hand, creating a huge pit. Subsequently, Zhuowen slowly stepped into the air and floated in midair. He looked down at the extremely miserable Zhou Jun in the deep pit and said, "Now, you should be the one to get up here." This scene shocked Feng Ruji and old man Zhushang, especially Feng Ruji. He was the strongest out of the three of them, so he was able to see some clues. Originally, Zhuowen's celestial origin energy giant hand was completely suppressed by Zhuowen. However, For some unknown reason, an extremely strange and powerful force suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's dantian, causing the power of his celestial origin energy giant hand to increase greatly. This unfamiliar power gave Feng Ruji a feeling of dread, as if he was facing a peerless expert. What's the origin of this boy? What's with the power that just erupted from his dantian? Feng Ruji looked deeply at Zhuowen, his heart full of doubts. Zhou Jun's face was somewhat pale, but more than that, he was shocked and angry. He was actually pulled down from midair by a half-immortal. This was an absolute humiliation to him. "You," Zhou Jun said in shock and anger. "What about me? I asked you to get up here. Didn't you hear me?" Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhou Jun's face was gloomy. His right foot stomped on the ground, and suddenly the entire ground shook and countless cracks appeared. Then, like a gust of wind, he violently rushed towards Zhuowen. "I'll make you regret this." Zhou Jun's eyes were crimson red. He bit his right index finger, and suddenly blood spattered from his fingertip. Then he pointed his finger at the void, and the blood on his fingertip surged up and mixed with the celestial origin energy in his body, forming a terrifying finger. The appearance of this finger was exactly the same as Zhou Jun's finger. Drops of blood flowed out from the fingertip, and the smell of blood filled the entire sky, making people's stomachs churn. Immortal art, bloodthirsty finger. As soon as Zhou Jun's words came out, the bloodthirsty finger immediately swept across the sky. It was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen slightly raised his head and looked up at the finger that came across the sky, and a trace of fighting spirit emerged in his eyes. He had a total of 3 immortal arts. Among them, he couldn't expose the slaughter finger of the underworld yet. After all, he had used this immortal art in the Wind and Thunder family, so Feng Ruji could naturally recognize it at a glance. Now, he didn't intend to expose his identity to Feng Ruji. After all, Feng Ruji's strength was similar to Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhuomei's in the late Earth immortal realm. It would be difficult for him to fight against such an expert. Even if he had the primordial spirit bomb, if he couldn't capture Feng Ruji, it would be difficult to cause too much damage to him. Therefore, he planned to wait until the War of the Gods began, and then he would take revenge on the Wind and Thunder family. However, this immortal art of the Lonely Peak consumed too many immortal crystals. Although Zhuowen had a lot of immortal crystals, he couldn't squander them at will. Therefore, this time, Zhuowen decided to use the immortal art Ask the Buddha and Demon transformation. This is the first time I've used the Ask the Buddha and Demon transformation in front of others. I'd like to see how powerful this Ask the Buddha and Demon transformation is. Zhuowen licked his lips. He had great expectations for the fighting Buddha demon Saint Shurji's most powerful immortal art. When he had first cultivated the Ask the Buddha, its power had already exceeded his expectations. Zhuowen put his palms together, and his body began to be gradually enveloped by the Buddha's light. The Buddha's light was extremely surging and blazing, soaring into the sky and forming a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha in the void behind Zhuowen. I asked the Buddha, a world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf. The ancient Buddha squinted his eyes, and a majestic voice slowly recited from his mouth. Then the surging and terrifying Buddha's light spread out in the void, and eventually turned into falling flowers and leaves. The falling flowers and leaves set off each other as they drifted in the void. At that moment, there was an indescribable sense of beauty. Zhuowen raised his right hand, and immediately the falling leaves and flowers on the ancient Buddha's shadow swept out along his right arm. Like a terrifying tornado, it instantly engulfed the huge bloodthirsty finger. Bang! 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 The falling flowers and leaves swept out, and the surrounding space collapsed into nothingness. They were like fragments, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. In the whirlpool formed by the falling flowers and leaves, the bloodthirsty finger was completely stopped on the spot, and its surface exploded into a bloody mist. It was a terrifying injury caused by the falling flowers and leaves. You still haven't broken it. Zhuowen snorted coldly. The ancient Buddha's shadow behind him suddenly opened its eyes, and the Buddha's light was like two pillars of light that shot straight to the sky. Then, the ancient Buddha's right hand clenched and violently blasted the bloodthirsty finger. Boom! In an instant, the bloodthirsty finger was directly blasted apart. Countless drops of blood burst out and sprayed from the sky, forming an extremely dense rain of blood. It looked extremely terrifying. Zhou Jun groaned, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he turned around to flee. His face was full of panic. Zhuowen stepped out, stepping on the flowers and leaves, and quickly chased after Zhou Jun. His speed was like a shuttle, and he caught up with Zhou Jun in an instant. With a stomp of his right foot, the flowers and leaves under his feet were like a furious dragon, and instantly engulfed. Zhou Jun, let me go! At this moment, Zhou Jun was already panicking, and his heart was filled with fear. He did not expect that Zhuowen's immortal technique would be so terrifying that it could directly break his bloodthirsty finger. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. He clenched his right hand, and instantly the countless flowers and leaves surrounding Zhou Jun began to shrink violently like a meat grinder wanting to completely tear Zhou Jun into pieces. Zhou Jun covered his whole body with celestial core power, desperately resisting the shrinking flowers and leaves around him. He shouted in a deep voice, "Feng clan leader, save me!" Feng Ruji's eyes flickered, and he looked at Zhuowen with surprise. The immortal technique that this young man had used just now had shocked even him. There was no doubt that this young man's immortal technique was definitely not simple. Hui was even more surprised. He naturally knew that Zhuowen had two immortal techniques. One was the Finger of Acheron Massacre, and the other was the Lone Peak. But now, Zhuowen had used another immortal technique, which shocked him so much that his teeth almost fell out. One had to know that immortal techniques in the entire central continent were extremely rare. Even the immortal techniques of the major factions could be counted with one hand, but Zhuowen alone knew three immortal techniques. In his opinion, this was extremely shocking. What made him even more bitter was that Zhuowen's third immortal technique was even more terrifying than the first two. Feng clan leader, why are you still not helping me? At this moment, Zhou Jun hurriedly shouted. The celestial core power in his body could not last much longer, and death could strike him at any time. Feng Ruji sighed softly, jumped up, and swept towards Zhou Jun. At the same time, he said, "Little friend, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. You have won this battle, and we don't want your mount anymore. You can let Zhou Jun go." Zhuowen sneered, and with a flick of his right hand, he took out the spirit bomb and said to Feng Ruji, "Feng clan leader, are you really planning to get close to me to save Zhou Jun?" Feng Ruji's eyes froze, and he suddenly stopped in the air. He stared at the spirit bomb in Zhuowen's hand with dread. He didn't know whether to move forward or retreat. Since it is a battle, there is naturally a winner and a loser. If I lose, I will give you the bet, and if you lose, you will give me the bet. And the bet is this person's spirit bomb. Zhuowen grinned and clenched his right hand once again. Instantly, the vortex formed by the countless flowers and leaves shrank once again. Zhou Jun let out a miserable shriek as the celestial origin energy on the surface of his body instantly collapsed. Soon after, his entire body was minced into a bloody mist. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand, and with a sharp gaze, he directly grabbed Zhou Jun's spirit bomb from the bloody mist. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to wipe out the consciousness in Zhou Jun's spirit bomb and put it into his spirit ring. Chapter 1740. City Lord's mansion Feng Ruji's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything. Instead, he let out a cold snort before turning into a rainbow and leaving the place. Zhuowen stared at Feng Ruji, who had turned into a rainbow, with narrowed eyes and a cold smile on his face. Zhuowen didn't plan to face Feng Ruji yet. After all, Feng Ruji was quite strong. If he wanted to deal with Feng Ruji now, he would have to use many of his trump cards. It wouldn't do Zhuowen any good to expose himself so early. As soon as Feng Ruji left, old man Zhu Shang arrived in front of Zhuowen and said politely, "May I know this brother's name?" To be able to defeat Zhou Jun so easily, your strength must be extraordinary. Long Wen. Zhuowen cupped his hands. Since old man Zhu Shang had given him a peach, he would naturally return the favor. So it's Brother Long Wen. With Brother Long Wen's strength, I'm afraid you're also planning to participate in the Divinity Tournament. This Divinity Tournament is a grand event. Many celestial saints in the Central Plains are preparing to participate. This old man is old man Zhu Shang, the master of Precipice Manor. There should still be some time before the preliminaries of the Divinity Tournament. Why don't Brother Long Wen come to my Precipice Manor as a guest for a while? When the time comes, this old man will personally accompany Brother Long to Wind Thunder Manor. How about it? Old man Zhu Shang said with a flattering smile. Zhuowen smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhu Shang. Unfortunately, I've already settled down in Green Lotus Manor, so I won't disturb you at Precipice Manor." Old man Zhu's eyes dimmed when he heard this. However, he still smiled and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. If Brother Long is free next time, please come to my Zhu mansion for a stroll. At that time, this old man will definitely treat Brother Long well." Old man Zhu Shang cupped his hands at Zhuowen and Shui. Then his right foot stepped into the air, and he turned into a rainbow and left the place. "My lord, I didn't expect you to be so secretive." Hui's gaze was complicated, and his respect for Zhuowen grew. "Do you know when the preliminaries will begin?" Zhuowen asked. Hui said in a deep voice, "It should be half a year later. The Chaos Temple has already sent down an oracle. It is said that they will send out 9 Chaos envoys to the 9 regions to preside over the preliminaries of the divine battle." Hui paused for a moment before he continued. "This time, many cultivators from various forces in the 99 prefectures will be participating in the preliminaries. It's said that the minimum qualification to participate in the divine battle is the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, the mansion masters and elites of the 99 prefectures plan to participate as well." "Oh, in other words, you're also planning to participate?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Hui nodded and said, "After this battle of the gods, the primal Chaos Temple will summon the ancient battlefield. Those who perform well will be qualified to enter the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is incredible. It is said that most warriors who enter the ancient battlefield will be able to improve their cultivation after they come out. It can be said that the benefits that many cultivators have obtained from the ancient battlefield are equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. This is also the main reason why the lords and elites of the 99 prefectures are so eager to participate in the battle of gods this time." Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. He now had a general understanding of this battle of the gods, especially the fact that this ancient battlefield could actually help people break through their shackles. This point was extremely tempting to cultivators. Some of the mansion masters of the 99 prefectures have already reached the earthly immortal stage. Do these immortal ascension experts still need to participate in the preliminaries? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Xue Hui shook his head and said hesitantly, those who have become immortals don't need to participate in the preliminaries. This preliminaries is mainly prepared for warriors below the celestial saint stage. Strictly speaking, my lord, you are not qualified to advance directly. You must participate in the preliminaries. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know. Let's go. 1 month before the preliminaries, I will go to the governor's mansion and stay there for a month. At that time, let's go to the Wind Thunder Mansion together. Xue Hui cupped his hands, and the two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and left the place. After returning to the Bai family, Zhuowen returned to his own pavilion under the respectful and reverent attitude of Bai Qing and the others. After giving some instructions to Bai Qing, he went into seclusion. Zhuowen intended to use these 5 months to properly comprehend the immortal technique, Buddha-seeking demonic transformation form, and the earthly immortal sacred artifact, 5 birds seal. Regardless of which of these two, if there was any progress, Zhuowen's strength would definitely improve. Time passed slowly, and 5 months quickly passed. On this day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Zhuowen's pavilion opened, and Zhuowen slowly walked out. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked towards the pavilion next door, where Lu Hantian was. Perhaps because he knew that Zhuowen had returned, Lu Hantian stood quietly at the entrance of the pavilion next door, with Wu Dai beside him. Big brother Hantian, are you really not going to participate in the divine battle? Zhuowen asked. Lu Hantian glanced at Wu Dai beside him and smiled. Both Wu Dai and I know our limits. We know that with our current cultivation, it will definitely be very difficult for us to stand out in the divine battle. After all, it will be difficult for us to enter the top 100 in the preliminaries, not to mention the even more brutal competition that will follow. Zhuowen nodded. Lu Hantian was right. His and Wu Dai's cultivation was neither high nor low in the Central Plains. With such cultivation, they really did not have any advantage in the divine battle. Moreover, after the divine battle, there would be the ancient battlefield. Although Zhuowen did not know much about the ancient battlefield, he knew that it should be related to the ancient era. That place was definitely filled with unknown dangers. In fact, he did not want Lu Hantian to participate in the divine battle. However, Zhuowen, had a use for participating in the divine battle. Thinking of this, Zhuowen gently stroked his spirit ring. In the depths of the spirit ring, he could feel a crystal coffin silently floating in the deepest part of the spirit ring. Inside that coffin was the body of a peerless beauty. Chen Xue, this time, I will directly obtain first place in the divine battle. I will have that celestial Saint Master heal you. You, don't worry. Zhuowen secretly muttered in his heart as a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen's little action naturally did not escape the attention of Lu Hantian and Wu Dai. The two of them gave a soft sigh and did not say a word. This was because they knew that in this aspect there was nothing they could do to help. Thinking of the scene between Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue, the two of them were filled with bitterness. Without a doubt, Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue were definitely a pair of unfortunate Mandarin ducks. The two of them loved each other so much, but the end result was so sad. Zhuowen, I believe in you. This time, you will definitely obtain first place in the divine battle. When that time comes, little sister Chen Xue will be healed, right? Lu Hantian said with a bright smile. Big brother Hantian is right. Big sister Chen Xue is a person with good fortune. She must be waiting for big brother Zhue to obtain first place in the divine battle, so that the celestial Saint Master can heal her and reunite with big brother Zhue. Wu Dai said with a smile. Zhuowen quietly looked at the two of them. He nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you. I will definitely heal Qin Shui." Zhuowen chatted with the two of them for a while. Then he took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message. Soon, Bai Qing brought 3 people over. Bai Qing was very respectful. He cupped his hands and bowed to Zhuowen. He said in a deep voice, "My lord." Zhuowen looked at Bai Qing and the 3 people behind him. Bai Qing's cultivation was around the heaven-defying saint realm. The 3 people behind him were not weak either. They were also in the empty sky saint realm. Bai Qing's group of 4 could be considered above average in the Central Plains. Moreover, he knew that if Bai Qing was lucky, he might be able to enter the top 100 of the preliminaries. "This time, it's just the 4 of you?" Zhuowen said calmly. Bai Qing and the 3 people behind him nodded respectfully. He said, "My lord, the 4 of us are the strongest in the Bai family. Therefore, the 4 of us are sent out." Zhuowen nodded. Then he cupped his hands at Lu Hantian. With a wave of his sleeve, Bai Qing and the other 3 people were swept up. They turned into a long rainbow and left Tianluan City. Lu Hantian and Wu Dai quietly watched Zhuowen and the others leave. They silently prayed that Zhuowen would be able to succeed in the battle of the gods. Green Lotus City was the core city of Green Lotus Mansion. The city governor's mansion of Green Lotus Mansion was located there. It was considered the central area of Green Lotus Mansion. At this moment, Shui Hui led a group of people and waited quietly at the gate of Green Lotus City. This attracted the attention of many cultivators who were entering and exiting the city gate. 2 groups of soldiers stood behind Shui Hui. All of them were wearing armor, and the surface of their armor was suffused with a cold light. With such a large number of soldiers standing together, a dense, murderous aura suddenly rushed out, causing many of the cultivators who passed by to not dare to approach. What's going on today? Why is the mansion master acting so solemnly? Is he waiting for an important guest? What kind of person can make the mansion master treat him so solemnly? I'm really curious. The cultivators who were passing by kept a distance and looked from afar. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Shui Hui stood quietly in front of the soldiers. His eyes were as calm as a deep spring in a deep valley. However, Shui Hui soon sensed something. He raised his head and stared at the sky with his eyes like torches. The corners of his mouth curled up. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Then, a long rainbow swept across the sky above Green Lotus City. Its speed was so fast that it was almost dazzling. It's teleportation. It looks like it's an Earth Immortal Realm expert. Many cultivators stared at the long rainbow with a solemn expression. An Earth Immortal Realm expert was considered a top expert in the Central region. Teleportation alone was a super ability that countless cultivators dreamed of. It was because of teleportation that there was a huge gap between Earth Immortals and cultivators below them. This was also the main reason why cultivators above the Earth Immortal Realm were respected by countless cultivators in the Central region. After all, cultivators below the Earth Immortal Realm could do nothing about teleportation. They could only wait for death. Chapter 1741. Messengers of Chaos Shui. Huey's eyes flickered as he let out a long laugh. He stepped on the air with his right foot and leaped up to Zhuowen. He bowed and cupped his fists together as he said respectfully, "Shui Hui welcomes my lord." "Welcome, my lord." At the same time, the soldiers at the city gate, who were wearing armor that exuded a cold light, knelt down on one knee and shouted out respectfully. Their voices gathered together and filled the air like thunder. The surrounding cultivators with weaker cultivations covered their ears. Who is this person? He actually made the mansion master personally welcome him. Moreover, he seems to be extremely respectful. When the crowd saw this scene, they fell into a daze. Soon after, they began to whisper among themselves as they discussed Zhuowen's specific identity. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, under Xue Hui's lead, he slowly walked into Green Lotus City. Xue Hui was extremely considerate. After walking through the city gate, he actually prepared 5 large palanquins. Moreover, each of the palanquins was extremely luxurious and decorated with jewelry. "My lord, these are the palanquins that I personally prepared for you. The 5 of you, please come in and take a rest," Xue Hui said with a smile. "Thank you." Zhuowen took a deep look at Xue Hui. Soon after, he chose a large palanquin and entered it. The interior of the palanquin was extremely comfortable, especially the seat cushion. It was extremely soft and gave one a very comfortable feeling when sitting on it. Bai Qing and the other 3 were obviously quite reserved. They took their time to get into the palanquin. After all, their Bai family had never received such treatment before. Moreover, this time, Mansion Master Xue Hui had personally prepared the palanquin to receive them. Even when their Bai family was at its peak, they had never received such treatment. However, today, the 4 of them were basking in Zhuowen's glory and were also enjoying such treatment. The 4 of them were naturally filled with excitement and satisfaction. They looked at Zhuowen with even more respect and gratitude. Under the envious gazes of many people in Green Lotus City, the 5 palanquins followed the street and entered the city mansion master's mansion. Rumors about Zhuowen spread throughout Green Lotus City, and almost everyone knew about him. Moreover, the more the rumors spread, the more ridiculous they became. There were even some people who believed that the person that Xue Hui personally welcomed into the city lord's estate was a supreme, heavenly immortal. Although the rumors outside were extremely crazy, Zhuowen's life after being sent to the city lord's estate was rather peaceful. In the following month, Zhuowen basically sat in the room that Xue Hui had arranged for him. Apart from meditating, he cultivated the devouring curse. As for Zhou Jun's primordial spirit, he had already enveloped it with the devouring curse a few months ago and turned it into a terrifyingly powerful primordial spirit bomb. On the morning of a month later, Xue Hui appeared outside Zhuowen's pavilion. He said extremely respectfully, "Sir, the teleportation formation between the Azure Lotus Manor and the Wind Thunder Manor has been activated. Are we going to set off now?" Creak. The door opened and Zhuowen, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked out. His eyes were as calm as water as he nodded at Xue Hui and said, "Let's go." Xue Hui cupped his fists and immediately led the way. At the same time, Zhuowen used his communication jade token to summon Bai Qing and the others. Xue Hui also brought the elites from the city lord's estate with him. There was no doubt that the city lord's estate had far more elites than the Bai clan. There were 3 or 4 heaven-defying Saint Stage experts and more than a dozen Sky Saint Stage experts. When Xue Hui brought Zhuowen and the other 4 out, the elites who were waiting outside the city lord's estate looked curious. They had heard that the ordinary-looking young man in front of them was personally welcomed by the city lord. It was clear that this person was extraordinary. Of course, not all of the elites from the city lord's estate acknowledged Zhuowen. There were a few who were not convinced. Thud, thud, thud. A handsome man in green armor slowly walked out and blocked Zhuowen's path. He said with a slightly provocative look in his eyes, "You must be extraordinary to be treated so well by the city lord, right? Qing Mo would like to see what you have done to be treated so well by the city lord." Xue Hui's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "Qing Mo, how dare you block my guest's path in front of me?" Qing Mo's body trembled, but he looked unwilling. He said in a deep voice, "City lord, This person's aura is only at the half-celestial stage. You don't have to be so humble to him, do you? Zhuowen looked at Qing Mo. Qing Mo was also at the half-celestial stage, and his aura was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Huang Huaqing, who had been killed by him. No wonder Qing Mo could see through Zhuowen's cultivation at a glance. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to punish you with a rod? Shuehui said coldly. Hearing that, Qing Mo's body trembled. In the end, he took a few steps back and made way. However, he looked at Zhuowen with hostility and said in a low voice, "You're indeed a coward." Zhuowen suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head and stared at Qing Mo quietly. An inexplicable chill rose from Qing Mo's feet and went straight to his Tianling acupoint, which made him tremble. "Sir, don't lower yourself to Qing Mo's level. He's just like that. Please don't be offended." Shuehui hurriedly stood in front of Qing Mo and said softly. Shuehui's performance caused the other cultivators in the city lord's mansion to be surprised. They had never seen their mansion master show such submissive expression. Qing Mo came back to his senses, and his face turned pale. The reason was that he felt humiliated. He had been frightened by a mere glance from the other party. What else could it be if it wasn't humiliating? Tell your subordinates to be careful. Otherwise, even if you beg for mercy next time, I won't give you face, Zhuowen said indifferently. Shuehui cupped his hands and turned around to slap Qing Mo. Qing Mo was stunned. He stared blankly at Shuehui. Clearly, he didn't expect Shuehui to hit him so hard. "Did you hear that? If you dare to disrespect this sir again, I won't let you off so easily." Shuehui said coldly and followed Zhuowen. He continued to lead the way for Zhuowen. The other elites looked at Qing Mo with pity and followed Shuehui. Qing Mo spat. He stared coldly at Zhuowen's back and followed at the back of the group. The teleportation formation was located in the southernmost part of Green Lotus City. There was a huge empty space there, and at the center of the empty space was a huge formation. The formation radiated with dense white light. The white light constantly gathered and surged into the sky, forming a huge white pillar. The area around the formation was heavily guarded. Many cultivators had gathered around the open space. Most of these cultivators had come from other cities in Green Lotus Mansion to participate in the preliminaries of the Battle of the Gods. There were good and bad warriors among the warriors. Some had powerful backgrounds, and some were independent cultivators. However, their cultivation was basically at the quintessential saint realm or above. Why isn't the city lord here yet? If the city lord isn't here to control the formation, it's probably difficult to locate Wind Thunder Mansion accurately. There were too many warriors around, so it was inevitable that some of them would complain. The crowd was in an uproar. "The city lord is here." Suddenly, someone said. Everyone immediately looked over. They saw a huge rainbow coming from the sky and arriving at the empty space in an instant. The rainbow light receded, revealing Shuehui, Zhuowen, and the others. Shuehui nodded at Zhuowen, then walked up to the array. He pressed his right hand forward, and the array began to rotate counterclockwise. Then, the white light became even more intense, as if it had pierced through the sky. "My lord, let's go in together." Shuehui made an inviting gesture. Zhuowen did not hesitate and took a step forward. He instantly stepped into the formation, followed by Qing and the others, as well as the elites from the city lord's mansion. After Shuehui and the others had all entered the formation, the others also became restless and entered the formation one after another. A huge disk hovered above the Wind Thunder city of the Wind Thunder Manor. The disk was several tens of thousands of meters large, and it was not composed of anything tangible. Instead, it was composed of the energies of wind and lightning. As the energies of wind and lightning surged towards it, it actually gave the disk the illusion that it was spinning. In addition, around the huge circular plate, there were hundreds of circular plates that were about 100 feet in size. They were densely arranged around the huge circular plate, and they looked extremely gorgeous and numerous. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting quietly on the hundreds of discs. One of them was dressed in a white robe and had white hair. It was Feng Ruji, the clan leader of the Wind lineage of the Wind Thunder clan. Feng Ruji slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp. He slowly stood up, looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the Lord Envoy will be here soon." As soon as Feng Ruji said that, the other 3 people on the discs also opened their eyes and stood up. They followed Feng Ruji's gaze and looked into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the direction they were looking at, a huge qilin was walking through the air. The qilin was green all over, and as it breathed, green gas constantly spewed out. Furthermore, this green gas was no ordinary substance. It was filled with a highly corrosive poison. This was because wherever this green gas passed, space would sizzle as if it was being corroded. A handsome young man sat quietly on the qilin. The young man's face was unruly and unrestrained. The corners of his mouth were curled up, and there was a hint of unrestraint in it. The qilin was extremely fast. In an instant, it had reached the huge disk. Then, the young man slowly walked down from the qilin. Feng Ruji hurriedly went up and greeted him respectfully. "Lord Envoy of Primal Chaos." The young man looked around the huge disk and kicked a few times in a carefree manner. Then, he yawned and lay down on the ground under the speechless gazes of Feng Ruji and the others. He muttered, "I'm so tired after such a long journey. I really want to sleep. Woo woo woo." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the qilin revealed an aggrieved expression and kept hissing at the young man. It was obviously the one who did the tiring work of traveling. Why did the young man say he was tired? The young man patted his butt and ignored the aggrieved qilin. He actually began to snore. This scene immediately caused black lines to appear on the foreheads of Feng Ruji and the others. At the same time, in the Wind Thunder City's teleportation array, Zhuowen, Xuehui, and the others slowly appeared in the white light. Then, their attention quickly fell on the wind and thunder disk floating in the air. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the lazy figure lying on the disk. After all, this guy was too strange. He directly dozed off on top of the disk. Chapter 1742. Green Qilinzhuowen's eyes widened as he stared at the figure. His body trembled involuntarily. However, he quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Yang Yi, my lord, that disk is formed by the energy of wind and thunder. It should be the battlefield of the battle of the gods. The disks around the huge disk should be the positions of the 100 people in the battle of the gods," Xuehui said in a low voice. However, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Xuehui. Instead, he stared at Yang Yi's back with a frown. His expression naturally attracted Xuehui's attention. His gaze fell on Yang Yi and the green qilin beside him, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. "My lord, that person should be the messenger of chaos who is in charge of the battle of the gods." Xuehui explained. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself, "The messenger of chaos?" Zhuowen knew that before Yang Yi left, he had said that he was not a member of the Chaos Temple. Now that he had become the messenger of chaos, there was no doubt that Yang Yi had lied to him. Now that Jian Mu had become like that, Zhuowen was even more certain that there was something wrong with Yang Yi. At the thought of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and appeared above the wind and thunder disk in front of the surprised gazes of many warriors. Teleportation. The surrounding warriors were in awe. How could they not see that Zhuowen's move was a teleportation super skill? Only earthly immortals could use the teleportation super skill. Therefore, many warriors treated Zhuowen as a terrifying expert at the earthly immortal realm. Teleportation. Qing Mo, who was standing behind Xue Hui, was shocked and his face turned pale. He finally knew why Xue Hui was so respectful to Zhuowen. It turned out that this person was not ordinary at all. At this moment, Qing Mo had already taken Zhuowen to be an earthly immortal expert who had concealed his cultivation. Thinking of how he had offended Zhuowen, Qing Mo felt a sense of regret. When Zhuowen quietly arrived at the wind and thunder disk, he naturally attracted the attention of Feng Ruji and the other three. Among the four, Zhuowen actually recognized two of them. These two were naturally Feng Ruji and Old Man Zhu. Feng Ruji glanced at Zhuowen. He had no intention of greeting him. The Zhushang old man smiled and walked forward. "Brother Long, you're finally here." The other two people beside Old Man Zhushang were quite surprised by his attitude. At that moment, Old Man Zhushang's smile actually contained a trace of eagerness. This confused the two of them. Instead, they began to examine the young man before them even more carefully. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything special about Zhuowen. The young man who made Old Man Zhushang reveal an eagerness was still only a half-immortal. However, the teleportation that this person had used earlier made the two of them rather cautious. Coupled with Old Man Zhushang's unusual attitude, the two of them didn't dare to underestimate Zhuowen. Zhuowen politely cupped his hands at Old Man Zhushang. Then his gaze fell onto Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground lazily, and he slowly walked over. Zhuowen's actions immediately aroused the vigilance of the green qilin. The green qilin opened and closed its nostrils as it breathed out a dense green gas. It growled at Zhuowen as if it was warning Zhuowen not to come over. Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to it and continued to walk forward step by step. His gaze fell on Yang Yi from beginning to end. A chill suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of Feng Ruji and the other three earthly immortal realm old monsters. At the same time, Xue Hui also jumped onto the round plate. He looked at Zhuowen's actions and wanted to stop him. But when he met Zhuowen's cold gaze, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "Oh!" The green qilin roared like heavenly thunder. Then, the green qilin disappeared like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, it swept in front of Zhuowen. It opened its mouth and spat out green needles. These needles were green and emitted a strong fishy smell. Obviously, they contained a highly toxic poison. This poison was very terrifying. It was enough to kill any cultivator below the earthly immortal realm. Even a half-immortal would be seriously injured. Below the circular plate, many warriors saw this scene, especially the poisonous needles that the green qilin spat out, which shocked many warriors and made them feel fear in their hearts. Zhuowen slowly walked forward. His right hand formed an incantation gesture as immortal energy gushed out. He executed the solitary peak immortal art. A gigantic peak of 10,000 feet appeared before him, blocking his path. Ding! Ding! The poisonous needles landed on the surface of the mountain and were nailed to the surface of the mountain. Moreover, the places where the poisonous needles landed were dyed dark green by the poisonous needles. This dark green color quickly spread and directly dyed 1/5 of the mountain, causing a foul smell to assail the nostrils. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the poison on the green qilin's body to be so strong that even the solitary peak immortal realm was poisoned. But Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He flicked his sleeve and immediately mobilized the strand of true, immortal blood essence within his origin core. Instantly, the lone peak's might swelled by a few times, and the poison that adhered to the surface of the lone peak was directly expelled. The lone peak was like a mountain that suddenly smashed down and heavily smashed onto the green Qilin. The green Qilin roared. It opened its mouth and spat out poisonous gas again. It turned into a green airwave, trying to block the terrifying solitary peak immortal realm. Unfortunately, the solitary peak immortal realm was too big. The airwave was directly destroyed. The solitary peak immortal realm smashed down. The green Qilin wailed and fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. The solitary peak immortal realm carried the power to collapse the sky and smashed towards the defeated green Qilin. However, the moment the solitary peak immortal realm approached the green Qilin, a hand slowly stretched out. The moment the hand stretched out, the surrounding yuan qi became violent, forming an invisible cyclone. Then, the solitary peak immortal realm smashed down. It was directly held by the hand. It was motionless, as if it was still. Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He stared at the owner of the hand in horror. His heart was beating wildly, and his blood was boiling. He saw Yang Yi lazily holding the solitary peak immortal realm. His eyes were full of laziness. He stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "So it's you, junior brother. It's been a long time." Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He clasped his fist and said, "It really is senior brother Yang Yi. Just now, junior brother felt that your back was very familiar. I wanted to confirm it, but I didn't expect to be stopped by the green Qilin. I didn't expect to be hit by the green Qilin." Yang Yi looked deeply at Zhuowen. He threw the solitary peak immortal realm to Zhuowen. He laughed heartily and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding." Woo woo woo. At this moment, the green Qilin rushed to Yang Yi's side. Its eyes were full of tears, and it was extremely wronged. At the same time, it pointed at Zhuowen in a very human-like manner and kept roaring as if it was complaining about something. Yang Yi patted the green Qilin's head and said, "Little guy, we're all family. It was just a misunderstanding. Don't be so narrow-minded." The green Qilin howled. Although it calmed down a lot, its eyes were still full of hostility when it looked at Zhuowen. The moment Zhuowen and Yang Yi recognized each other, many people in the surroundings seemed to be petrified. Even the 5 Earth Immortal Realm Old Monsters, led by Feng Ruji, showed a surprised look. They hadn't expected Zhuowen to be acquainted with the emissary of primal chaos, especially Feng Ruji. Feng Ruji's heart was filled with complex emotions. He began to think about how to establish a good relationship with Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, Yang Yi, Jian Mu came to the central region with you, right? Where is Jian Mu now?" Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and revealed a guilty expression. He sighed softly. "I've let you down in this matter. After Jian Mu and I came to the Central Plains, an accident happened, and the two of us were separated. I don't know exactly where Jian Mu is now." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked deeply at Yang Yi, took a deep breath, and said, "Then what kind of accident could it be? After all, with your current strength, what kind of accident could happen to you?" "It's a long story. After the divine battle is over, I'll tell you everything that happened. In fact, I've been looking for Jian Mu for a long time, but I still can't find his whereabouts." Yang Yi said guiltily. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Yang Yi's words were reasonable, but for some unknown reason, Zhuowen kept feeling that this matter revealed something fishy. However, he also knew that there were various reasons for this matter, so it was best to first listen to Yang Yi's explanation before coming to a conclusion. Senior brother, didn't you say that you weren't a member of the Chaos Temple? How did you become an emissary of the Chaos Temple now? Zhuowen continued to ask. Yang Yi spread his hands and said, didn't I return a small part of the heavenly insect source seal to the Chaos Temple? Then, the old man who entrusted me with the Chaos Temple wanted to reward me by giving me the position of Emissary of Chaos. I originally thought that the Emissary of Chaos was a glorious position, but I didn't expect that it was just an errand boy. It seems that I was tricked by that old man. Speaking up to here, Yang Yi's expression showed a touch of displeasure, as if he was serious. Zhuowen carefully observed Yang Yi's facial expression and found that Yang Yi spoke very naturally. There was no trace of him lying, which made Zhuowen believe Yang Yi a little. So that's how it is. Zhuowen nodded. Yang Yi casually put his arm around Zhuowen's shoulder and said with a smile, Zhuowen, it seems that you are also planning to participate in the divine battle, right? But in just over 10 years, your cultivation has grown so fast that even I am surprised. You have already reached the half-immortal realm and even have the teleportation divine ability. Amazing! Zhuowen smiled and said with deep meaning, I'm not as amazing as you, senior brother Yang Yi. When you were in the Eastern Land, I couldn't see through your cultivation. Now that my cultivation has reached the half-immortal realm, I still can't see through your cultivation. Yang Yi scratched his head and said with a smile, I had a mission at that time, so I hid my cultivation. Boy, do you mind such a small matter? Chapter 1743. Primary Selection. Yang Yi nodded and said with a smile, You are my junior brother, and you have the teleportation skill. You don't have to participate in the primary selection. You can advance directly. Feng Ruji frowned, but did not say anything. After all, Yang Yi was the one who presided over the primary selection. He had the final say. The eyes of Xue Hui and old man Zhu Shang both lit up. They looked at Zhuowen with even more passion. An envoy of primal chaos was a symbol of nobility. To them, being acquainted with an envoy of primal chaos would bring unimaginable benefits. However, the envoys of primal chaos were all extremely prideful and would not easily get involved with others. However, Zhuowen was actually so familiar with the envoys of primal chaos before them. How could they not be moved? Even their gazes towards Zhuowen became much more attentive. Zhuowen cupped his hands. Then, under Yang Yi's instructions, he floated lightly to a 10-feet-long round plate of wind and thunder that was floating in the air and sat down cross-legged. Xue Hui followed closely behind and chose the disc next to Zhuowen. Old man Zhu Shang hesitated for a moment and then went to the other side of Zhuowen. He knows the messengers of chaos. It's incredible. The messengers of chaos are all arrogant and would not easily get involved with others, let alone open the door for others. But this guy was promoted by the messengers of chaos. What happened on the disc naturally did not escape the attention of the crowd. Especially when they saw Zhuowen directly get on the disc, there was an uproar below. Although many warriors were not convinced the messengers of chaos represented the Chaos Temple and had the right to veto the primary selection of the final divine battle. Even if they made a fuss, they would not be able to change the result. Qing Mo, who was standing below, had a complicated expression. At this moment, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Thinking back to the scene when he talked back to Zhuowen, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. He knew that with Zhuowen's strength, it would not have been difficult to kill him. All right, all of you old earthly immortals can go back to your positions. The rest of the places will be given to the juniors. Yang Yi waved his hand. Feng Ruji and the other two also returned to their respective positions. As for the two people beside Feng Ruji, Zhuowen also knew their names and identities through Shui Hui's voice transmission. Those two people were both males in their prime. One of them had a rather robust body. Although he was wearing a long robe, one could still faintly see the robust body of that person. That person was Long Ruo Mansion's mansion master, Ji Feilong. The other person was rather skinny. He was the lord of the Sky Water Prefecture, Shui Tianzi. Both of them had reached the early stage of the Earth immortal realm. However, compared to Shui Hui, there was still a gap between them and Zhou Jun, speaking of which, why hasn't Zhou Jun arrived yet? Could it be that something happened in the Zhou Tan estate? Ji Feilong asked in surprise. Ji Feilong had a good relationship with Zhou Jun. At this moment, seeing that all the earthly immortal realm old monsters near the Wind Thunder Prefecture had arrived except for Zhou Jun, he was naturally surprised. Feng Ruji narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Zhou Jun was killed by Long One. Ji Feilong and Shui Tianzi were shocked. From the introduction, just now, they naturally knew that the young man with the cultivation of the half-immortal realm was called Longwen. Originally, the fact that Longwen could teleport with his cultivation of the half-immortal realm and was acquainted with the envoy of primal chaos, Yang Yi, was enough to shock them. But now, Zhou Jun's death completely ignited the fear in their hearts. They did not question Feng Ruji, because Feng Ruji was the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind Thunder clan. Naturally, he would not speak without thinking. What shocked them was that Long One, a half-immortal, could kill Zhou Jun, an early-stage earthly immortal realm expert. This was too terrifying. Where did this guy come from? Ji Feilong licked his lips and said in a trembling voice, It seems that we can't casually provoke this guy. Shui Tianzi said with some emotion. Feng Ruji slowly opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He frowned slightly. He did not know why, but the young man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. But when he thought about it carefully, this person was extremely strange. At that moment, Zhuowen was above the Wind Thunder Disk, and the green Qilin was running around him like a playful child. However, the beast would occasionally look in Zhuowen's direction and snort in displeasure, as if it was a child who was throwing a tantrum. The rules of this preliminary round are very simple. That is to fight. Every one of you has 3 chances to challenge. Whoever can win 10 rounds in a row will be able to advance to the top 100. If there is an extra person, then the extra person can challenge the person who has already advanced to the top 100 and snatch that person's position. Yang Yi sat upright on the back of the green Qilin. His rather lazy voice spread throughout the disk like a thunderclap, resounding in everyone's ears. Start now. Feng Ruji will take care of things for me. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap. You can challenge me as you wish. With that, Yang Yi closed his eyes and leaned directly on the back of the green Qilin, as if he was taking a nap. If one listened carefully, they could hear a rather light snoring sound. Everyone looked at each other, but their hearts were as if thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through. This messenger of chaos was too strange. After a simple explanation of the rules, this guy directly leaned there and planned to doze off. Feng Ruji sighed in his heart. He had to say that he was unlucky to encounter such a strange messenger of chaos, but he had to do as Yang Yi said. After all, Yang Yi was sent by the Chaos Temple. Who will go first? Feng Ruji stood up and looked down at the warriors below. As soon as he said this, 2 figures suddenly rushed from below. They were both middle-aged, and their auras did not fluctuate much. They were probably around the heaven-defying Saint realm. The moment they rushed onto the disk, the 2 men did not greet each other. They each used their strongest moves and began to fight. The two men's cultivation was not much different, so for a while they were evenly matched. Violent Saint power fluctuations burst out from their bodies and collided with each other, bursting out with colorful energy. It was quite dazzling. After about 100 moves, one of them groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out with a pale face. Although the other man was also a little pale, he was much better than the other man. This man's strength was not bad, and he was considered one of the best in the heaven-defying saint realm. After he defeated his opponent, another figure rushed out from below and fought with him. This man had overcome all difficulties and won 8 rounds in a row. If he won 2 more rounds, he would be directly promoted to the top 100. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure with an extremely vast aura rushed up. This person was dressed in green armor and had a handsome face. It was Qing Mo, who had previously contradicted Zhuowen. Qing Mo glanced at the warrior indifferently and said, "You're still not my match. If you don't want to be injured, give up." The man's face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I want to try again." "If that's the case, then attack me," Qing Mo said indifferently. The person took a deep breath and stomped his right foot. Immediately, he left a deep footprint on the ground that was filled with wind and lightning energy. Then he shot toward Qing Mo like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Crimson Pearl Code. The man immediately used his strongest move. He raised his right hand, and his saint power was like the sun. It condensed into 18 huge pearls in the void. The 18 pearls formed a circle like a cage, instantly trapping Qing Mo inside. Surging waves of terrifying energy poured out like a meat grinder, trying to crush Qing Mo into pieces. Qing Mo looked indifferent. The green armor on the surface of his body emitted fierce green light, and it formed an illusory armor 3 feet away from his body. The 18 pearls hit the illusory armor, but it was like tofu hitting a wall. It was not damaged at all. "Looks like this is your strongest move. It's too weak." Qing Mo shook his head and grabbed the void with his right hand. A huge hand appeared and touched the 18 pearls. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. "I won't make it difficult for you. Give up," Qing Mo said. The man smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at Qing Mo. Then he left the round plate. Qing Mo went through all the difficulties and won all the battles. He won 10 battles in a row and successfully advanced to the next round. Actually, the main reason why Qing Mo was able to advance so smoothly was because the other quasi-immortal realm cultivators below were all hiding and not moving. Those quasi-immortal realm cultivators had a tacit understanding. Once a quasi-immortal realm expert entered the arena, they basically wouldn't attack. After all, when a half-immortal fought against a half-immortal, both sides would be injured. Once the injury was too serious, it would definitely affect the result of the battle. Therefore, half-immortals would not attack warriors of the same level unless they had no other choice. After Qing Mo advanced, he flew to the round plate where Xuehui and Zhuowen were. Qing Mo nodded at Xuehui and came to Zhuowen. He knelt in the void and kowtowed 3 times to Zhuowen respectfully. "Lord Long One, I didn't mean to offend you. Please don't take it to heart," Qing Mo said humbly. Zhuowen looked indifferent. He glanced at Qing Mo and said, "Don't mention it. I didn't take it to heart." Qing Mo was secretly delighted. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your generosity." After that, Qing Mo slowly retreated. He chose a round plate of wind and thunder and sat on it with his legs crossed. Then the challenges continued. The first to advance were basically all half-immortals. Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes slightly. His gaze fell on a figure that was flying toward the round plate. It was none other than Bai Qing from the Bai family. Chapter 1744. Feng Inshua, the mark on Bai Qing's body, was secretly planted by Zhuowen. Bai Qing did not know about it. At this moment, Bai Qing was wearing a green robe. His robe was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like torches as he stood on the round plate. There was another figure standing opposite him. This person was dressed in black. His face was thin, and his eyes were cold. He was also a heaven-defying saint stage powerhouse. Let's end this quickly. The black-robed man glanced at Bai Qing coldly. He took a step forward with his right foot. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Then he disappeared into thin air. The disappearance of the black-robed man naturally caused an uproar among the cultivators. Many of them could not find the black-robed man's exact location. Even for a half-immortal, it was extremely difficult to find him. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took another look at the black-robed man. With his eyesight, he could see the black-robed man's exact location at a glance. The black-robed man's concealment technique should be a strange camouflage technique. He could clearly see that the black-robed man's saint energy was extremely strange. It flowed through his entire body, causing his skin to become almost transparent. It was almost the same as the air. This concealment technique was extremely high-end. If one's cultivation was below the earthly immortal stage, it would be very difficult to see through this man's camouflage technique. The moment the black-robed man concealed himself, he quietly swept out and instantly appeared behind Bai Qing. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a short dagger pierced toward Bai Qing's back. Bai Qing was not a newborn calf. He had experienced many big and small battles. When the black-robed man launched an attack from behind him, he noticed it in advance. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly a wave of air gushed out from his sleeve and swept toward his back. The wave of air appeared too suddenly. The black-robed man behind him did not expect it at all. He was hit head-on. Then the black-robed man's body swayed, and his footsteps staggered. In an instant, his figure appeared. Of course, the figure only appeared for a moment, but Bai Qing was sharp enough to capture it. Bai Qing grabbed with his right hand, and a surge of saint energy gushed out. It formed into countless thin threads and instantly entangled the black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed drastically, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. The dagger in his right hand quickly moved 8 times in front of him. Then 8 sharp blades appeared. The 8 blades were so sharp that the moment they swept out, they actually cut all the thin threads that were entangled in the surroundings. However, Bai Qing had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man. Bai Qing's right palm blasted out, and a palm shadow actually materialized into a huge blue stone that came crashing down with a rumble. The black-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Bai Qing's timing was extremely accurate. The instant the black-clothed man struggled free, Bai Qing launched an attack. Helpless, the black-clothed man could only control the 8 blades and rush towards the green stone that was formed by the palm. Bang, 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 bang. However, Qing Shi's might was too strong. The instant the 8 blades smashed onto Qing Shi, they actually collapsed one after another. The black-clothed man's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Qing Shi's speed was too fast. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. Helpless, he could only forcefully resist. Translation: with a slash of his right hand, the dagger danced with a cold light. However, the moment the dagger hit the surface of the blue stone, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand and was forced to retreat. His blood and qi were in turmoil. At the same time, Bai Qing had unknowingly rushed out from behind the blue stone and arrived in front of the black-clothed man. His right palm mercilessly pressed against the black-clothed man's chest. Pucci, the black-robed man's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and fell outside the round plate. Zhuowen nodded to himself as he watched Bai Qing cleanly defeat the black-clothed man. Bai Qing's combat experience was extremely rich, and his timing was extremely accurate. Even if he did not rely on the mark that Zhuowen had left on him, his chances of advancing to the next round were very high. In the following 8 battles, Bai Qing won extremely easily, almost to the extent of crushing his opponents. In the 10th round, a middle-aged man wearing white clothes and holding a folding fan slowly walked up to Bai Qing. The white-clothed man's eyes were extremely sharp, like the bright moon in the sky. The aura on his body was actually much stronger than Bai Qing's. It's Feng Yinxue from the Wind and Thunder clan. Feng Yinxue is Feng Tianhan's father. It is said that his cultivation is extremely strong, reaching the peak of the half-immortal realm. He is an extremely difficult opponent. The moment the white-clothed man appeared, Zhuowen slightly frowned. Xue Hui, who was beside him, introduced the white-clothed man's identity and origin to Zhuowen. Bai Qing's face became even more solemn. He stared at Feng Yinxue, his face slightly pale. Without a doubt, Feng Yinxue, who was at the peak of the half-immortal realm, gave him a great deal of pressure. He was like an unreachable mountain that he could only look up to. Feng Yinxue closed his folding fan and sized Bai Qing up. He said indifferently, "Get out of here. You are too weak. Don't waste my time." Bai Qing's pupils shrank. He clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "The battle hasn't started yet. How do you know that I will lose?" Feng Yinxue suddenly laughed. He gave Bai Qing a playful look, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. "You're really a stubborn ant. Let me make it clear in advance. When I, Feng Yinxue, make a move, I generally don't leave anyone alive. If you want to fight, be mentally prepared." After he finished speaking, Feng Yinxue completely ignored Bai Qing, whose face had changed greatly. He waved his right hand, and the folding fan in his hand shot out like a hidden weapon. It was extremely fast and brought along a violent whistling sound as it swept in front of Bai Qing in an instant. Bai Qing's face was solemn. He struck out with his right palm. Suddenly, a green light burst out and formed a huge blue stone that met the incoming folding fan. Bang! 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 The folding fan smashed onto the blue stone and immediately rotated at high speed. It actually collided with the blue stone dozens of times in an instant. Countless sparks flew out with each collision. Thump! 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 As the folding fan rotated, Bai Qing, who was holding the blue stone, let out a muffled groan and retreated step by step. He retreated hundreds of steps before he could barely stop himself. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. At this moment, Bai Qing's heart was filled with bitterness. He was in a very bad condition. All of his strength was spent on the blue stone. It was difficult for him to even move his body. Feng Ruji looked indifferently at Feng Yinxue, whose eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He sighed in his heart. Feng Yinxue was not like this in the past. At that time, Feng Yinxue was elegant and dignified. He treated people modestly like a modest young master. However, since Feng Tianhan's death, Feng Yinxue had changed completely. He had become a little crazy and bloodthirsty. Whenever he attacked, there would be blood. Feng Yinxue instantly swept in front of the blue stone. He licked his lips and held the folding fan in his right hand. Then he slashed it. Suddenly, countless sparks flew out from the surface of the blue stone. A huge force spread out. Bai Qing spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. His whole body trembled. "Die! Feng Yinxue licked his lips and pressed down with his right hand. Suddenly, the blue stone in front of Bai Qing collapsed. Then, the folding fan spun at high speed again and swept toward Bai Qing's forehead. The surface of the fan emitted a cold light that was exceptionally dazzling. If this attack landed, Bai Qing would definitely die. Feng Yinxue laughed crazily. He could imagine the scene of Bai Qing being torn into pieces by the folding fan. However, the moment the folding fan swept toward Bai Qing's forehead, a terrifying yellow light burst out from Bai Qing's forehead. Then, a yellow rainbow swept out and bounced the folding fan away. After bouncing the folding fan away, the yellow rainbow did not slow down and continued to sweep toward Feng Yinxue. At this moment, Feng Yinxue's face changed slightly. He waved his right hand and recalled the folding fan. Then, he poured his celestial energy into the folding fan. The originally small folding fan expanded dozens of times after celestial energy was poured into it. The tip of the fan bone even grew out of it. Then, Feng Yinxue waved the folding fan in his right hand. Suddenly, a whistling wind accompanied by snowflakes turned into a terrifying snowstorm and swept toward the yellow rainbow. Due to this obstruction, the speed of the yellow rainbow slowed down. Then, Feng Yinxue realized that the yellow rainbow was actually a yellow needle that was a few feet long. Bai Qing's gaze fell on the yellow needle. Then, he looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away, and revealed a look of gratitude. He knew that the yellow needle was secretly placed on him by Zhuowen. Immortal technique. Feng Yinxue's face was solemn. He felt a strong sense of danger from the yellow needle. While he was pondering, the yellow needle buzzed and broke the folding fan. Bang! Feng Yinxue felt his right hand go numb and the folding fan completely collapsed. Then, Feng Yinxue kept retreating. The yellow needle kept following him and aimed at his vital points. Soon, Feng Yinxue retreated to the edge of the disc. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He roared in anger. Immortal technique. Wind shuttle. Feng Yinxue waved his sleeve, and the surrounding air began to condense, forming terrifying shuttles. These shuttles were made of wind and had extremely powerful destructive power. There were a lot of wind shuttles, and they surrounded the yellow spring death needles. The wind shuttles were very powerful, but the moment they surrounded the yellow spring death needles, the needles suddenly collapsed into countless yellow spring water droplets. These yellow spring water droplets flew out from the gaps of the wind shuttles and condensed back into the yellow spring death needles at lightning speed, instantly piercing through Feng Yinxue's forehead. Puchi! A bloody hole appeared between Feng Yinxue's brows. Soon after, Feng Yinxue's entire body was torn apart. He shrieked and emitted extremely painful howls. Then, with a speed visible to the naked eye, he turned into a dried corpse without any signs of life. The moment Feng Yinxue died, the surrounding fell into silence. Then, the sound of cold air being sucked in rang out. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief and was speechless for a long time. Feng Ruji's body trembled. He recognized the yellow spring water droplets from the yellow spring death needle. These yellow spring water droplets were used by Zhuowen. At this moment, Feng Ruji's heart was filled with anger. He stared at Bai Qing and shouted, "Zhuowen, it really is you. Even if you disguise yourself beyond recognition, do you think this old man can't recognize you? Today, this old man must kill you." Feng Ruji shouted angrily. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he rushed towards Bai Qing. With a press of his right hand, countless wind blades swept out and formed a wind spear that was several feet long. Whoosh! Feng Ruji squeezed his right hand, and the wind spear shot out like a shuttle. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Bai Qing in an instant. Chapter 1745. Wind, shuttle the wind spear, was extremely fast. The moment it arrived in front of Bai Qing, a huge mountain fell from the sky and smashed heavily in front of Bai Qing. Bang! The wind spear smashed onto the lone peak and immediately emitted an ear-piercing muffled sound. Soon after, the wind spear, which was like a rainbow, was blocked by the lone peak. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank. He stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the round plate opposite him, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Longwen, what is the meaning of this? This person has a great feud with my Wind and Thunder clan. Do you want to fight me for him?" Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, "Bai Qing and I have a good relationship. If you can kill him, why can't I save him?" Feng Ruji suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "This person killed Feng Yinxue of my Wind and Thunder clan. Moreover, the aura of his immortal technique is exactly the same as that of Zhuowen, who caused havoc in my Wind and Thunder clan. This person is Zhuowen. Do you still want to stop me?" The moment these words came out, the many cultivators were in an uproar. It could be said that everyone in the Central Plains knew about Zhuowen's matter. Back then, the war between the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan was inextricably related to Zhuowen. Later, it even led to a battle between the heavenly immortal patriarchs of the two clans, which caused quite a stir. Moreover, the two earthly immortal realm experts, Jiang Zhuomei of the Ice and Fire clan and Lei Qingtian of the Thunder branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, went missing after chasing Zhuowen. Many people guessed that the two earthly immortal realm experts might have died in the shattered nightmare abyss. Now that Feng Ruji said this, everyone's eyes fell on Bai Qing. Their gazes changed. They knew that if Bai Qing was really Zhuowen in disguise, then it was too terrifying. This person could walk out of the shattered nightmare abyss without dying. His luck was too heaven-defying. Moreover, the deaths of Jiang Zhuomei and Lei Qingtian might have something to do with this person. Bai Qing's expression changed slightly. When Feng Ruji mentioned Zhuowen's name, he immediately thought of the master of the Yellow Spring Death Needle, Longwen. At this moment, he somewhat understood that this Longwen should be Zhuowen in disguise. Although he had some guesses, he did not dare to speak carelessly. He was very clear that Feng Ruji was difficult to provoke, but Zhuowen was even more difficult to provoke. Now that he was caught between the two, the only thing he could do was to remain silent. "This has nothing to do with me. I'm protecting Bai Qing," Zhuowen said calmly. Feng Ruji frowned. After a moment of silence, he sneered, "You are courting death. You can't blame me. Even if you are strong, even if you are related to the messenger of chaos, I will kill Zhuowen today. You can't stop me." As he spoke, Feng Ruji did not care about Zhuowen at all. Instead, he waved his sleeve. Instantly, the air within a radius of several thousand feet around him started to flow in reverse. Moreover, the speed of this reverse airflow was extremely fast. It actually formed a terrifying reverse air current. "Immortal technique wind shuttle," Feng Ruji shouted coldly. Suddenly, the air within several thousand feet around him formed terrifying wind shuttles. These wind shuttles were densely packed and spread over several thousand feet. The number of wind shuttles was extremely terrifying. Although Feng Ruji used the same immortal technique as Feng Yinxue, the wind shuttles used by Feng Ruji were much more terrifying than Feng Yinxue's. They were densely packed and almost covered the entire surrounding space. It was as if there were thousands of blades shining brightly in the sky. Zhuowen sat quietly on the round plate. He looked at Feng Ruji, who took the initiative to attack, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Originally, Zhuowen had his own purpose in placing the Yellow Spring Death Needle on Bai Qing. That was to attract Feng Ruji's attention and make him think that Bai Qing was Zhuowen. Once Feng Ruji recognized him, he would definitely attack. Once Feng Ruji attacked, it would give Zhuowen a reason to attack, which was exactly Zhuowen's purpose. Immortal Technique Lone Peak. Zhuowen pointed with his right hand. The lone peak in front of Baiqing became even larger and immediately swept towards the wind shuttles in the sky. Baiqing was swept up by Zhuowen and sent to the round plate beside him. Since Baiqing had won 10 matches in a row, he naturally advanced smoothly and had the right to sit on the round plate. After Baiqing sat on the round plate, he remained silent. He glanced at Zhua when with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed softly and remained silent. Zhuowen naturally noticed Baiqing's abnormality, but now wasn't the time to explain. What he needed to do now was to take revenge on Feng Ruji. Although the Wind and Thunder clan had a heavenly immortal patriarch, Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He had Shi-Ji's communication jade token. If the heavenly immortal patriarch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Feng Wuji, really appeared, then he could naturally summon Shi-Ji. In front of a true immortal like Shi-Ji, Feng Wuji was nothing. In other words, he was just like an ant. This was why Zhuowen dared to go against Feng Ruji in the Wind and Thunder clan. Of course, if Zhuowen knew that Feng Wuji had already fallen, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts. Boom, 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 boom. The lone peak and the wind shuttles instantly collided. Immediately after, terrifying explosions rang out continuously. When the two terrifying immortal techniques collided, the energy that was produced was extremely terrifying and terrifying. It almost shook the huge round plate below. Countless wind and thunder energies burst out, turning into a spectacular thunder liquid. Many martial artists below the wind lightning disc were horrified. The power of the aftershock from the collision of the two celestial arts was too terrifying. Some of the energy from the aftershock was difficult for many martial artists to withstand. Bang! The collision of the two immortal techniques didn't last long, but the power of the aftermath was terrifying. Fine cracks appeared on the space above the disc, like glass that would shatter at any time. Feng Ruji snorted coldly. He stared at Baiqing, who was not far from Zhuowen, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Perhaps others were just guessing, but he knew that Lei Qingtian was indeed dead. Not only Lei Qingtian, but even Feng Wuji had died. Moreover, he died without any warning. He didn't even know how the heavenly immortal patriarch of the Wind and Thunder clan died. However, Feng Ruji knew that the source of all this must be Zhuowen. It could be said that he deeply hated Zhuowen. Now that he recognized Zhuowen's move, how could he let Zhuowen go? Those who stand in my way shall die. Feng Ruji's voice was extremely cold. He flicked his right finger, and suddenly a ray of light gushed out from his spiritual ring, turning into a thin sword that was a few feet long. The surface of the sword was engraved with dense patterns, and within these patterns there was a strange wind energy. Holding the sword, Feng Ruji waved it slightly, and suddenly countless wind blades swept out. An earthly immortal sacred artifact. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Long One, hand over Zhuowen, and I won't make things difficult for you. My Wind and Thunder clan will even compensate you with enough immortal crystals. What do you think?" Feng Ruji said. At this moment, Baiqing was a little panicked. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. He stared at Zhuowen, and his heart was extremely nervous. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he said, "No." Feng Ruji's eyes were cold as he said, "If that's the case, then I can only let you suffer. I didn't take the initiative to look for you. You are the one who asked for it." As he spoke, Feng Ruji stepped on the ground with his right foot holding the thin sword, and slashed out. Suddenly, the air within a few hundred feet around him flowed backwards, and the dense wind blades stacked together, forming a huge invisible wind blade that was a few hundred feet long. This invisible wind blade was extremely fast. It broke through the air and rushed toward Zhuowen, and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Zhuowen stood quietly in the air, and with a flick of his finger, he took out the five-bird seal. He pointed his right hand at the five-bird seal, and suddenly a large amount of green qi gushed out of the seal. Then the green qi manifested into five giant beasts: a tiger, a deer, a bear, an ape, and a bird. The five giant beasts roared and merged into one, forming a huge fierce beast with five heads. The five heads of the fierce beast were tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird. Its body was like a snake's body, and it was extremely huge, at least a few hundred feet long. The strange beast roared to the sky, and in an instant it swept up into the sky. With a swing of its snake tail, it directly hit the wind blade and dispersed it. Feng Ruji's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Long One to have an earthly immortal sacred artifact. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and hit the thin sword. Immediately, he slashed out with the thin sword in his hand. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, the air around Feng Ruji began to flow backwards, forming a wind blade that was thousands of feet long. The wind blade was like a giant beast, and it rumbled down and smashed on the strange beast's head. When the two collided, an earth-shattering power exploded, and a terrifying muffled sound resounded through the sky. Yang Yi, who was lying on the green qilin in the sky, had woken up. He looked down at the battle below, and his eyes flickered. First, he looked at Zhuowen. Then he fixed his gaze on Feng Ruji, with a cruel smile on his face. Feng Ruji, how dare you go against my junior brother? You want to die? Yang Yi's lazy voice came, and Feng Ruji's face changed. Just as he was about to reply, a whistling sound came from behind him. Feng Ruji cursed in his heart. He wanted to turn around and fight back, but he helplessly found that he was fighting with Zhuowen and could not free himself. Bang! A palm swept over like a ghost and fiercely imprinted on Feng Ruji's back. Then, Feng Ruji groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was directly sent flying. Yang Yi, who was behind him, stroked his right hand and directly took the thin sword back from Feng Ruji's hand. He smiled and said, "Your earthly immortal sacred artifact is not bad. Give it to me." Yang Yi's words were too much. Feng Ruji felt a sweetness in his mouth, and he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. The moment Feng Ru Halberd was sent flying, Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he instantly arrived before Feng Ru Halberd. The five-bird seal in his hand smashed down, and the five-bird's seal flew out again. This time, the five-bird seal was thousands of feet large. It smashed down and wanted to completely destroy Feng Ru Halberd. Feng Ruji's face turned ugly. He made a seal with his right hand, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the blood that he spat out began to squirm and turned into a blood ball. Chapter 1746. Primordial Spirit Explosion. The moment Feng Ruji devoured the blood ball, Feng Ruji's aura skyrocketed. The injuries he had suffered from Yang Yi's attacks were all healed, and his aura was close to that of a peak Earth immortal. Feng Ruji didn't pay any attention to Yang Yi or Zhuowen. Instead, he gloomily stared at Bai Qing, who wasn't too far away. With a low roar, he stepped forward and teleported away. Unfortunately, when Feng Ruji teleported out, countless thunderbolts spread out from his surroundings and instantly sealed the space around Feng Ruji. Moreover, these thunderbolts were not ordinary thunderbolts, but the seven-colored tribulation thunderbolts when the blood immortal became an immortal. Zhuowen was holding the golden thunder bamboo in his right hand. The surface of the golden thunder bamboo flickered with seven-colored lightning. Its terrifying, destructive power shocked many of the spectating cultivators. Even Yang Yi revealed a look of astonishment. Seven-colored tribulation lightning? This kid is not simple. He has something like this on him. Yang Yi looked at the golden lightning bamboo in Zhuowen's hand and stood quietly in the void. He had no intention of interfering. The seven-colored tribulation lightning sealed the space, and Feng Ruji's teleportation failed. His eyes were cold. He pointed out with his right hand, and the surrounding air flowed backward, forming a sharp needle a few feet long at the tip of his finger. The needle was surrounded by countless whirlpools. Wind shuttle finger. As he spoke, Feng Ruji stepped forward with his right foot. His fingertip turned into a sword and pointed at the seven-colored tribulation lightning in front of him. With a piercing sound, the wind shuttle finger stopped the seven-colored tribulation lightning in front of him. Crackle, crackle. A series of explosions sounded. The wind shuttle finger and the seven-colored tribulation lightning exploded with terrifying aftershocks. However, the seven-colored tribulation lightning was a terrifying thunderbolt that came when the immortal became an immortal. It was extraordinary. Therefore, even with the wind shuttle finger, Feng Ruji could not break it. Moreover, the seven-colored tribulation lightning was like a maggot in his bones. It followed his wind-shuttling finger and rushed towards his arm, causing Feng Ruji to have no choice but to retreat, his expression gloomy. The moment Feng Ruji retreated, Zhuowen revealed a smile. He then reached out his right hand and grabbed a primordial spirit from the spiritual ring. This primordial spirit was obtained from killing Zhou Jun. Its power was much weaker than Lei Qingtian's, but it was enough to injure Feng Ruji. When Zhuowen took out the primordial spirit, Xue Hui and Old Man Zhu were still fine, but Ji Feilong and Shui Tianze were shocked. They stared at the primordial spirit in Zhuowen's hand with their mouths wide open. The two of them could faintly feel that the origin soul in Zhuowen's hand contained Zhou Jun's aura. Without a doubt, this origin soul belonged to Zhou Jun, and what Feng Ruji said about Zhou Jun being killed by Zhuowen was true. What is he trying to do by taking out his primordial spirit? Was he planning to detonate it? Ji Feilong and Shui Tianze looked at each other, their hearts trembling as they thought of an unbelievable possibility. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and revealed a wisp of bright light, and he stared with deep meaning at the soul core in Zhuowen's hand. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank. He stared at the origin soul in Zhuowen's hand and hurriedly said, "Longwen, what are you trying to do? There is no enmity between us. How can you use your primordial spirit?" At this moment, Feng Ruji was a little panicked. He was not afraid of Zhuowen, but he had to be afraid of the origin soul in Zhuowen's hand. Even if this origin soul was only at the early earthly immortal realm, if it exploded, it would still cause him a lot of damage. Zhuowen grinned and did not answer. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the surrounding seven-colored thunder tribulation began to shrink. Then, Zhuowen used the devouring curse seal on the origin soul. The countless seals on the surface of the origin soul began to unravel like chains. When all the seals were unraveled, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the origin soul. This aura was too terrifying, and it began to become more and more powerful. As time went by, the origin soul began to emit a blazing white light. After unraveling the last seal, Zhuowen opened his right hand and threw the origin soul down. It instantly fell in front of Feng Ruji. The moment the primordial spirit landed, its aura finally reached its peak. Then a terrifying white light instantly enveloped the surroundings, like the light of a blazing sun. At this moment, Feng Ruji's heart was pounding. He felt the fear of death. Without holding back, he took out all the divine weapons in his spiritual ring. Although his earthly, immortal divine weapon was taken away, he still had many heavenly divine weapons. At this moment, he did not care about them at all. He took out all the weapons that could save his life and surrounded his body to form layers of defense. Feng Ruji kept cursing Zhuowen in his heart. Zhuowen was a madman. He actually self-destructed his Yuan spirit for someone he didn't even know. This was too crazy. After Feng Ruji set up these defenses, the primordial spirit finally landed in front of him. Then a terrifying aura suddenly flowed out. Countless white lights began to surge out, dissipating in all directions. Then there was a terrifying crackling sound. Boom, boom. The explosion of the essence soul was too terrifying. The sound of the explosion rushed into the 9 heavens and then spread out. Many warriors, even though they were standing far away, could only cover their ears due to the impact of the terrifying explosion. Their eyes were filled with pain. Then, the white explosion began to expand until it was 10,000 feet wide. It completely enveloped the entire wind thunder disk in the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shui Hui, Old Man Ju, and the others who were sitting on the disk were shocked. They all moved away from the wind thunder disk. Yanni squinted his eyes and put his right hand on the wind thunder disk. Suddenly, the wind thunder disk began to expand until it was 10,000 feet wide. It was like a barrier blocking the entire wind thunder city. Zhuowen had already used teleportation when the Origin soul detonated and was thousands of miles away. He stared at the terrifying explosion with astonishment. He did not expect the power of the Origin soul to be so terrifying. Moreover, this was only the origin soul of an early-stage, earthly, immortal divine weapon. If Jiang Zhuomei's origin soul detonated, the power would be enough to kill Feng Ruji directly. The explosion did not last long. After about half an incense stick's time, the explosion began to subside slowly. The clouds of smoke also gradually dissipated. Everyone's gazes shot over, landing on the dissipating cloud of smoke. They really wanted to see how Feng Ruji would fare under such an explosion. When the clouds of smoke completely dissipated, Feng Ruji's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Then, gasps were heard one after another. Feng Ruji's clothes were in rags. The saint weapons he had taken out had become scrap metal. Some of them had even been shattered into countless pieces. Feng Ruji was even more miserable. His body was covered in blood, and there were even clouds of blood mist erupting from his body. He looked dispirited, and his aura was extremely weak. Uffed. Feng Ruji spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhuowen with a hint of fear in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Longwen, what are you trying to do? Even if you are protecting Zhuowen, there should be a limit. Isn't it too much to use Origin soul detonation to deal with me?" At this moment, everyone looked at Zhuo with gazes filled with fear and dread. Being able to use the self-destruction of one's soul as a method of attack was absolutely shocking. If they had Origin soul, they would never use it as a means of attack. Instead, they would secretly store it for cultivation. However, this guy detonated it directly. It was too crazy. Usually, this kind of crazy behavior was the easiest to be feared by others because crazy people were illogical. They would do things with their lives on the line. No one was willing to fight with a crazy person. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He stomped his right foot. Suddenly, countless yellow spring water droplets burst out from his body and formed 9 yellow spring death needles. The yellow spring death needle that surrounded Zhuowen also flew to Zhuowen's side. "Now you know the real reason why I am going against you." Zhuowen mocked. Feng Ruji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His mouth was slightly open. He stared at Zhuowen and said, You are the real Zhuowen? Wow. When Zhuowen revealed his true identity, the crowd below was in an uproar. Originally, they thought that Bai Qing was Zhuowen. However, the situation had changed. The real Zhuowen was Long Wen, and Bai Qing was just a cover. Bai Qing smiled bitterly. He finally knew that he had become Zhuowen's bait. Zhuowen's purpose was to lure out Feng Ruji and give Zhuowen a legitimate reason to attack. However, Bai Qing had no resentment in his heart. Zhuowen had already sent him a message saying that he would compensate him later. He did not suffer any substantial injuries, so this time it was beneficial for him. Yes, I am Zhuowen. Today, I am here to collect a debt. With that said, Zhuowen took a step forward, arriving in front of Feng Ruji in an instant. His right hand pointed out, and instantly 10 yellow springs death needles shot out like 10 rainbows, piercing towards Feng Ruji's vital points. Feng Ruji's eyes were dignified, but more than that, he was angry. This Zhuowen was too hateful. He actually dared to play with him, like a monkey. He would not forgive this Zhuowen. Today, this old man will kill you. Feng Ruji roared angrily. His hands suddenly formed a seal, and then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed again, while Feng Ruji's expression became more and more dispirited. Zhuowen knew that Feng Ruji sacrificed his own profound qi to forcibly increase his aura. This kind of secret technique that harmed others without benefiting oneself was extremely sinister and vicious. The side effects must be great. However, Feng Ruji did not care so much. At this moment, his only thought was to kill Zhuowen in front of him, regardless of the consequences. Feng Ruji was very clear that the death of Lei Qingtian and Feng Lei Wuji could not be hidden for long. Once other forces in the central region knew about it, the Feng Lei family would be in danger. Chapter 1747. Ask the Buddha Whoosh. Feng Ruji's body was surrounded by a gust of wind. A storm that was 100 feet wide emerged from the void behind him and rushed into the sky. It was so powerful that it caused the surrounding clouds to collapse. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a cautious look. Although Feng Ruji was seriously injured and his strength had decreased significantly, he was still able to raise his strength to his peak state by relying on this secret technique that harmed others without benefiting himself. Thus, he was rather difficult to deal with. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen curled his right index finger and pointed at the void. Instantly, the void behind Zhuowen tore open. From this opening, droplets of yellow springs water poured out and gathered in the air above Zhuowen. These yellow spring water droplets came from Luo Yanjing's tribe. Zhuowen had used the devouring curse to set up a secret teleportation formation in the tribe's tower. He could control it and absorb the yellow spring water droplets from everyone in the tribe to form a powerful attack. Slaughtering Yellow Spring Finger. Zhuowen shouted. Instantly, countless yellow spring water droplets gathered in the void behind Zhuowen and formed a finger that was a few hundred feet wide. The finger was so lifelike that it looked like a real person's finger. There were clear stripes on the surface of the finger, and a powerful aura gushed out from it. Zhuowen stared at the slaughtering yellow spring finger in the sky and nodded. He could feel that the amount of yellow spring water droplets he had absorbed this time was much more than when he was in Luo Yanjing's body. It seemed that the tribe had developed well in the past 6 months and had collected a lot of yellow spring water droplets. Zhuowen took a step forward and stood on the tip of the slaughtering yellow spring finger. Then he stomped his right foot, and the slaughtering yellow spring finger shot towards Feng Ruji like a rainbow. Feng Ruji's expression turned serious. He could also feel that the power of Zhuo Wen's finger of Yellow Springs was much stronger than before. Immortal art, Eye of the Storm. Feng Ruji formed a seal with both of his hands. Instantly, the gigantic windstorm swept over. At the center of the windstorm, a gigantic eye of the windstorm appeared. The eye of the wind opened and closed, and a ray of gray light gushed out. The gray beam of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhuo Wen and slammed into the slaughtering Yellow Spring finger. Zhuo Wen was shocked to find that the gray beam of light was extremely sharp. It instantly pierced through the slaughtering Yellow Spring finger. Following that, the massacring finger of the netherworld disintegrated into countless netherworld water droplets. As for the gray beam of light, it seemed to have a mind of its own. After drilling out of the massacring finger of the netherworld, it silently swept towards Zhuo Wen's back. Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold. He activated the five-bird seal and blocked the gray beam of light from his back. With a clang, Zhuo Wen felt the blood and qi in his body boil. Then he fell forward. However, the gray beam of light was entangled by the five-bird seal. Waves of green qi lingered around it. Then Zhuo Wen's right hand continuously struck out the devouring curse. Waves of curse seals gushed out and covered the gray beam of light. The sealing power of the curse seals completely sealed the gray beam of light. After doing all this, Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve and put away the five-bird seal. His gaze once again fell on Feng Ruji, and he became extremely cautious. He did not expect that Feng Ruji could still display such a powerful battle strength after being affected by the primordial spirit bomb. He was indeed a powerful existence in the late earthly immortal realm. Feng Ruji's eyes flickered and revealed a trace of surprise. He clearly did not expect Zhuo Wen to be able to block the attack of the Eye of the Storm. I'd like to see how many Eye of the Storm you can block. Feng Ruji snorted coldly. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the Eye of the Storm next to him. Suddenly, the Eye of the Storm hidden in the Eye of the Storm suddenly became violent, and then it spat out 3 terrifying gray beams of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gray beams of light were extremely fast. They came from 3 directions and instantly surrounded Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen took out 2 golden thunder bamboos and released all the 7-colored thunderbolts that he had absorbed. In an instant, Zhuo Wen was surrounded by dense 7-colored tribulation thunder. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gray beams of light arrived as expected, but they were all blocked by the 7-colored tribulation thunder. Zhuo Wen, wrapped in the 7-colored tribulation thunder, swept in front of Feng Ruji like a rainbow. Immortal technique, Lone Peak. Zhuo Wen did not hesitate to mobilize most of the essence blood on the surface of his inner core. In an instant, a terrifying surge of immortal core power began to surge out of Zhuo Wen's body, and then formed a lone peak behind him. The lone peak was the strongest attack Zhuo Wen had ever used. As soon as the lone peak appeared, it fiercely smashed into the Eye of the Storm. Boom! The two collided and swept up a monstrous wave of air. The clouds in the sky were scattered, revealing the blue sky. So what if you're heaven-defying? You're just a half immortal. The gap between you and a late-stage Earth immortal is too big. Today, I'll let you see how powerful a late-stage Earth immortal is. Feng Ruji sneered and clenched his right fist. Suddenly, the Eye of the Storm behind him began to bend and then converged on his fist. This punch was extremely fast, creating a rumbling sound in the air, heavily smashing in front of the lone peak, actually smashing a huge hole in the lone peak. Moreover, the 30,000 feet tall lone peak was even smashed to the point where it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The wind was like a halberd. Punches were launched one after another. Every punch was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. It was as if even the air was shattered by the punches. It was extremely terrifying. On the surface of the lone peak, there were many fist marks. Countless rocks fell from the top of the mountain. It was as if countless bombs had exploded within the mountain. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the scattered underworld water droplets gathered again into the slaughtering finger of Acheron. Then he stomped his right foot, and the slaughtering finger of Acheron broke through the air, crossed the lone peak, and landed directly on top of Feng Ruji's head. Feng Ruji's mouth was full of a sneer. He bent his right leg and clenched his right fist. Then he stomped his right foot, and his right fist was ready to strike. He directly punched the slaughtering finger of Acheron that was descending from the sky. Boom! Boom! The power of this punch was exceptionally terrifying. It actually destroyed the slaughtering finger of Acheron with one punch. However, Zhuowen was extremely calm. He did not show any signs of panic because of the destruction of the slaughtering finger of Acheron. He put his palms together, and a Buddhist light surged out of his body. Then, a huge shadow of an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. Celestial arts ask Buddha. I ask Buddha. A world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf. The moment the slaughtering finger of Acheron collapsed, Zhuowen put his palms together and fell head first. The shadow of an ancient Buddha that appeared behind him was also in the same position as him. At the same time, countless falling flowers and leaves around Zhuowen set off each other. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was like a rainbow. Carrying a Buddhist light, his right palm blasted out, piercing through the flowers and leaves. Bang! The fist and the palm blasted together. The huge shadow of the ancient Buddha also collided with the terrifying eye of the storm. Then the surrounding space collapsed, forming a huge crescent-shaped gully in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the wind and thunder disk that was originally activated by Yang Yi. In the end, the wind and thunder energy dissipated, and the wind and thunder disk was completely annihilated into nothingness. Many warriors in the Wind and Thunder City were looking forward to it. They all wanted to know who won and who lost in this collision. Of course, regardless of the outcome, Zhuowen was already completely famous. It would not be long before the news of Zhuowen's appearance in the divine battle preliminaries of the Wind and Thunder Prefecture spread throughout the central region. After all, what Zhuowen did back then could be said to be extremely daring and earth-shattering. Recently, he even dared to fight one-on-one with Feng Ruji, who was in the late Earth immortal realm. Such behavior could be said to be extremely demonic. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions resounded. The shadow of the ancient Buddha and the eye of the storm, who were confronting each other in the distance, both collapsed. Then a rather miserable voice was heard, flying out from the dense clouds. The crowd were able to tell that the person that was sent flying was none other than Zhuowen. In this confrontation, the loser should be Zhuowen. After all, the gap between him and Feng Ruji is too big. Even if Feng Ruji suffered a serious injury because of the messenger of primal chaos, the late Earth immortal realm is still the late Earth immortal realm. He's not someone a half-immortal can compare to. Many warriors sighed softly. Now that they knew the result, they did not feel too surprised. After all, the gap between Zhuowen and Feng Ruji was too big. Zhuowen's defeat was reasonable. Of course, Zhuowen, whose cultivation was only in the half-immortal realm, was able to force Feng Ruji to this extent. This was already unprecedented. The moment Zhuowen flew out, the clouds also slowly dissipated. In front of Zhuowen, Feng Ruji knelt on one knee in the void. His whole body was bleeding, looking extremely ferocious. He slowly raised his head and stared at Zhuowen. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Then, with a low roar, he rushed out again as if he had gone crazy. Still in midair, Zhuowen naturally noticed Feng, Ru Halberd dashing towards him. However, his heart was exceptionally calm. His gaze landed on Feng, Ru Halberd's body as he began to calculate the distance between the two. Whoosh! When Feng Ruji was only 10 meters away from Zhuowen, Zhuowen waved his right hand and directly took out a piece of primordial spirit from the spirit ring. The primordial spirit's aura was as vast as the sea. This was only because the primordial spirit was still sealed. If the seal was completely removed, the aura emitted from the primordial spirit would definitely be more terrifying. In just a moment, Feng Ruji was only a few meters away from Zhuowen. However, he also noticed the primordial spirit that Zhuowen took out. His pupils shrank into needles, revealing a look of disbelief. "You actually still have a primordial spirit. How is this possible?" Feng Ruji screamed. His right foot paused, but soon a determined look appeared on his face. He knew that it was too late to escape now. The only way was to directly kill this kid. Die! Feng Ruji acted decisively. Thinking of this, he waved his right fist and directly smashed towards Zhuowen's chest. This fist carried the power of thousands of caddies. The surrounding air whistled with countless terrifying wind sounds. Chapter 1748. The Infinite Void. At the same time, Zhuowen mobilized all of the blood essence that Shiji had left in his inner core. He once again struck out with his right palm and muttered, "Immortal art, ask the Buddha." This time, the immortal art, ask the Buddha, that Zhuowen had used was far more terrifying than before. After all, Zhuowen had used all of the blood essence that Shiji had left in his inner core. Endless Buddhist light spread out and covered Zhuowen's entire body. Then, a 10,000 zhang tall Buddha shadow appeared. Countless falling flowers and leaves shuttled back and forth, forming a gorgeous vortex. Feng Ruji's face tightened, looking as ferocious as a ghost. Then, he struck out with his right palm. This palm contained all of his strength, sweeping up countless terrifying storms in the sky. Due to the influence of Feng Ruji's palm, even the air in the entire Wind Thunder City began to flow in reverse. The speed of the airflow also gradually increased. Many cultivators were affected by this reverse airflow, feeling as if their bodies were being restrained. Even Shui Hui, Old Man Zhu, Shui Tianza, and Ji Fai Long, the 4 earthly immortal old monsters, felt the restraint of this reverse airflow. They couldn't help but use their own immortal core power to resist this extremely uncomfortable feeling of restraint. In their hearts, they were even more afraid of Feng Ruji. The power of this palm was actually able to cause the airflow in the entire Wind Thunder City to reverse. Moreover, it even caused the 4 earthly immortal old monsters to feel restrained. This showed how terrifying the power of this palm was. Without a doubt, the 4 of them didn't have the confidence to withstand this palm. They might even be killed by this palm of Feng Ruji's. In the Wind Thunder City, only Yang Yi stood quietly not far away. He wasn't affected by the reverse airflow at all. His eyes were like torches piercing through the heavy fog and finally landing on Zhuowen. When he saw Zhuowen's calm eyes, a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice, "Interesting. This kid really had a lot of fortuitous encounters in the Shattered Elephant Abyss. Not only did his cultivation improve so quickly, his strength is even more shocking." Boom, boom. The wind was like a halberd as it struck the ancient Buddha's shadow. Then, Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from all around him. The air around him began to reverse rapidly, and his robes fluttered in the wind and fluttered wantonly. A powerful tearing sensation surged in Zhuowen's body. This tearing sensation was too terrifying. Then, Zhuowen's skin began to wrinkle. Because of this sensation, Zhuowen's body's body, his meridian points, were actually blood mists of blood spurted out of his body. Zhuowen was torn studio. Zhuowen was studio. Feng Ruji was clearly going all out. He once again spat out a mouthful of essence blood. This powerful essence blood that contained rich energy sprayed onto his right palm. Suddenly, the power of his right palm was raised to the extreme. Boom! At this moment, the huge ancient Buddha shadow was completely frozen in the void under this palm. Then, countless cracks appeared on its surface. Bang! 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 Finally, a series of muffled sounds came from the surface of the ancient Buddha shadow. Then, the ancient Buddha shadow began to crumble. Feng Rujifeng's right palm was like a thread piercing through flowers. It instantly pierced through the ancient Buddha shadow and struck Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen only felt a sense of life-threatening crisis. Without hesitation, he summoned the blood immortal and blocked in front of him. "Block it for me," Zhuowen said in a low voice. After half a year of cultivation, the injuries caused by the blood immortal's tribulation had been completely healed. Even her realm had improved. As soon as the blood immortal appeared, she squinted her eyes. The blood thunder all over her body rumbled and formed a surging blood thunder defense in front of her. At the same time, the bone spurs on the blood immortal's body contracted in front of her, forming a dense bone spur defense. Boom! At this moment, Feng Rui's halberd-like right palm also arrived and landed heavily in front of the blood immortal. Then there was a series of crackling sounds. Then the bone spike and blood lightning in front of the blood immortal were smashed into dust by the palm. Puchi, the blood immortal, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face suddenly became pale and bloodless. Then she fell from the sky in a free fall. After being blocked by the blood thunder, the power of Feng Rujifeng's palm was greatly weakened. Now it hit Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's sternum directly collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He directly opened his thunder wings and disappeared as if he had teleported. Rumble! At this moment, Feng Rujifeng completely gave up his defense. He placed all his hopes on this palm. But now, the appearance of the blood immortal completely ruined his plan. It was supposed to be a sure-kill palm. But now, because of the blood immortal, it didn't completely kill Zhuowen. Moreover, this guy even opened his thunder wings. With the addition of thunder wings, Zhuowen's speed was even faster than teleportation. Under such speed, even Feng Rujifeng couldn't catch up with him. Feng Rujifeng was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhuowen and growled, "The thunder wings are really on you. You bastard! Did you kill Lei Qingtian?" Zhuowen's face was pale. He had a pair of thunder wings on his back. He coldly stared at the ferocious Feng Rujifeng and said indifferently, "The primordial spirit in front of you belongs to Jiang Zuomei of the Ice Fire family. What do you think will happen to Lei Qingtian?" As soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the surface of the primordial spirit floating in front of Feng Rujifeng was finally completely undone. Then an extremely terrifying explosion occurred. This time, the explosion of Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit was too blazing. It gave people the feeling that a second sun had appeared in the sky. In an instant, the entire Wind Thunder Prefecture was shrouded in this white light. The temperature in the air was also rapidly rising. So hot. This is too terrifying. The owner of this primordial spirit might really be Jiang Zuomei's. It can actually produce such a terrifying explosion. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Zuomei is also a late earthly immortal realm expert. The power produced by the explosion of her primordial spirit is far more terrifying than that of Zhou Jun's primordial spirit. It's enough to raise the entire Wind Thunder City and the surrounding millions of miles to the ground. Many cultivators were aghast. They stared at the primordial spirit that had completely exploded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zhuowen as if they were looking at a monster. They knew very well that if this primordial spirit really belonged to Jiang Zuomei, then the one who killed Jiang Zuomei was most likely this Zhuowen. Since Jiang Zuomei was already dead, then Lei Qingtian, who was chasing after Zhuowen with Jiang Zuomei, would probably not be spared either. In everyone's eyes, the matter of killing two terrifying late earthly immortal realm experts was inconceivable. Moreover, the murder was only a half immortal. This reality was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Yi's face became extremely solemn. He patted the green qilin and said in a deep voice, "We can't let this explosion spread to Wind Thunder City." As he spoke, Yang Yi stepped on the void with his right foot. In an instant, he swept above the expanding explosion. Then, his 5 fingers on his right hand rapidly formed seals. He clasped his hands together and shouted in a low voice, immortal technique, "Infinite Void." Yang Yi pressed down with his right hand. Instantly, with him as the axis, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of void began to distort. Moreover, this distortion was extremely overbearing. It directly distorted 180 degrees. In this distorted void, the terrifying explosion of the primordial spirit directly changed its direction and swept towards the sky. Zhuowen waved his sleeve again. Immediately, the void that was distorted 180 degrees distorted again. Then, Zhuowen was astonished to find that this time, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of void had been distorted into a sphere by Yang Yi. This spherical void was directly separated from the surrounding void, forming a spherical void of its own. Just like that, it floated above the Wind Thunder City. This was similar to the energy of the explosion being enveloped by a sphere of glass. It was completely isolated from the surrounding air. As long as this sphere of void was not broken, the terrifying energy of the explosion would not escape and threaten the warriors outside the sphere of void. Zhuowen clutched his collapsed chest. He hurriedly took out several immortal pills from his spiritual ring and swallowed them. He completely calmed down his surging qi and blood. This injury was the most serious injury Zhuowen had suffered since he became a half-immortal. Although he had the strength to kill an early earthly immortal realm expert, it was still not enough to deal with a late earthly immortal realm expert like Feng Ruji. Now, Zhuowen clearly realized that his true strength should be infinitely close to the middle earthly immortal realm. Of course, Zhuowen still had a lot of trump cards, such as the large primordial spirit bomb. Once this bomb was used, even a peak earthly immortal would be blown to death. Even a celestial immortal would be in a very difficult situation when faced with the big primordial spirit bomb. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes fell on the sphere of void isolated by Yang Yi. His face revealed a rather dignified expression. The immortal technique used by Yang Yi was similar to the law of the void that he had comprehended. It could even be said that Yang Yi's use of the law of the void had reached the point of perfection. In the isolated sphere of void, there was endless void power. Although the primordial spirit bomb was terrifying and the destructive power of the explosion was constantly shattering the sphere of void seemed to have infinite space. Although the explosion was terrifying, it still could not completely shatter the sphere of void. However, the power of the primordial spirit bomb was not ordinary. Zhuowen could clearly see that as the explosion continued to expand, cracks began to appear on the surface of the spherical void. These cracks were densely packed and extremely numerous. Perhaps the infinite void would reach its limit at some point. Yang Yi's eyes revealed a dignified expression. He changed the seal of his right hand, pointed out his finger, and said indifferently, "Infinite void." escape into the ninth heaven. As soon as these words came out, the sphere of void slowly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was actually above the ninth heaven. The distance was too far. Even Zhuowen could only see a tiny light spot. He knew that this light spot should be the primordial spirit bomb that was constantly exploding in the sphere of void. Bang! There was a slight explosion as the tiny specks of light exploded. An intense white light spread out, forming a pure and flawless white lotus. Chapter 1749. Strange, the white lotus above the nine heavens lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared in the void. It completely dimmed, and the aura of the wind, like halberd, also completely disappeared. Looks like Feng Ruji has fallen. Ji Feilong shook his head with shock in his eyes. Shui Tianzi said bitterly, if that was really Jiang Zhuomei's primordial spirit, then Feng Ruji wouldn't have been able to survive the explosion. Even his primordial spirit couldn't have escaped. Shui Hui and Old Man Zhu looked at each other with awe in their eyes. It was absolutely terrifying for a half-immortal to fight a late-stage earthly immortal and even kill him. Perhaps even Yuan Hongwan, the divine prince of the primal chaos temple, couldn't do it. However, Zhuowen had done it, even with the help of the primordial spirit bomb. If Zhuowen was just an ordinary half-immortal, then he wouldn't even have the chance to take out the primordial spirit bomb. He might have been killed by Feng Ruji. However, Zhuowen blocked Feng Ruji's attack as a half-immortal. Moreover, he used the method of exchanging life for life and threw a primordial spirit bomb on Feng Ruji's body, causing Feng Ruji to die. This kind of courage and boldness is not something an ordinary person can possess. Moreover, he could take out Jiang Zhuomei's primordial spirit. There was no doubt that Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhuomei, who had forced Zhuowen into the Broken Skull Abyss, had died in Zhuowen's hands. Whether it was Jiang Zhuomei, Lei Qingtian, or Feng Ruji, all three of them were famous earthly immortal experts in the Central region. Their cultivations were all at the late stage of the earthly immortal realm, but all of them had died in the hands of Zhuowen. This guy was too terrifying. Unbelievable. A half-immortal killed a late-stage earthly immortal? How is this possible? How is it not possible? Zhuowen did it. He actually killed Feng Ruji. The entire Wind Thunder City fell into silence at first, but soon after, it erupted into an uproar that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at the proud figure floating in the air with a pair of lightning wings on his back in disbelief. Zhuowen looked around and met Dokyo's fearful gaze. His chest suddenly surged with lofty sentiments. After this battle, he knew that he had thoroughly stepped into the ranks of the true powerhouses of the Central Plains. He now had the qualifications to enjoy the reverent gazes of countless martial artists in the Central Plains. Once upon a time, he had only been a weak, profound sage. It had been difficult for him to enter the Central Plains, and he could only be cautious. Even so, he had still been chased by the Wind and Thunder family and the Ice-Fire family in the end. At that time, Zhuowen was too weak. He could only wait for death after being captured by the Wind and Thunder clan. He could only take advantage of the war between the two clans to take advantage of it. He didn't dare to face the true experts of the two clans at all. In the end, under the pursuit of Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhuomei, he fled in panic like a stray dog. But now, he was once again standing in the Wind Thunder City, where the Wind and Thunder clan was located, under the eyes of countless people, and under the witness of countless people. He had killed the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Feng Ruji. If the Wind and Thunder clan wants to avenge Feng Ruji, feel free to look for me, Zhuowen. Zhuowen, will naturally take care of them one by one. Zhuowen looked down at the core of the Wind Thunder City, which was the residence of the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, there were many martial artists standing in the Wind and Thunder clan. They were all members of the Wind and Thunder clan. Their faces were pale, and in addition to anger, there was also a touch of fear in their eyes. Feng Ruji was one of the two patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, he had died in the hands of this boy, and Lei Qingtian's whereabouts were unknown. They were afraid that the two pillars of the Wind and Thunder clan had both fallen. How could they not be afraid? Whoosh! At this moment, the blood immortal rushed to Zhuowen's side and said with a flattering smile, "Master, these people of the Wind and Thunder clan, do you want me to help you clean them up?" The blood immortal's eyes were bloodshot. He licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. Feng Ruji's attack was not light at all. Even though he looked fine, the injuries on his body were quite serious. Zhuowen looked at the blood immortal indifferently and said, "Are you okay?" The blood immortal trembled. She turned her head slightly and suddenly looked deeply at Zhuowen. She did not expect Zhuowen to ask such a caring question. A strange feeling emerged in her heart, or rather, she was touched. He, Master, don't worry. What can happen to me? As long as I swallow the essence blood of these martial artists, I will still be alive and kicking. The blood immortal laughed. Go, only kill those above the Saint Realm. Don't kill those below the Saint Realm. Zhuowen nodded and said, although the Wind and Thunder clan had done many despicable things to Zhuowen, Zhuowen would not go so far as to kill the entire clan. Other than the Saint Realm, martial artists below the Saint Realm were not much of a threat to him. Ha! Master, don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. As he spoke, the blood immortal roared. Blood lightning spread all over his body. His body expanded from a few feet to a few dozen feet tall. Then he fell from the sky like a terrifying blood-red meteor. He smashed into the group of buildings where the Wind and Thunder family resided. Then, screams came from the Wind and Thunder clan. Zhuowen stood silently in the void. He waited quietly for Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng to appear. Since Zhuowen came today, he was naturally prepared to face Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng. However, Zhuowen quickly thought of Feng Ruji's previous performance. Logically speaking, if Feng Rujifeng was at the end of his rope, he would normally summon the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder clan, Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng. But until Feng Ruji died, Wu Jifeng and Lei didn't come out. Even now, when all the members of the Wind and Thunder family were slaughtered by the blood immortal and were at the end of their rope, Wu Jifeng and Lei still didn't come out. Zhuowen furrowed his brows slightly. All of this was strange. The wind lightning inanimate refused to appear, causing Zhuowen's heart to be filled with doubt. Not only Zhuowen, but the surrounding martial artists also reacted. Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng had not come out when the Wind and Thunder clan was in such a crisis. What happened? Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng have fallen. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen's eyes turned slightly and fell on Yang Yi in the sky. Senior brother Yang Yi, how do you know? Zhuowen replied. Yang Yi said, there are not many celestial immortals in the central region. There are records in the Chaos Temple. Once a celestial immortal falls, the Chaos Temple will detect it. Not only did Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng of the Wind and Thunder clan fall, even Jiang Binghan of the Ice Fire clan has fallen. Zhuowen was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Binghan and Wu Jifeng to fall. They were celestial immortals, existences that stood at the pinnacle of the central region. This time, if Zhuowen did not use all his skills and use the spirit bomb, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Feng Rujifeng. Moreover, he had Yang Yi's help this time. He barely exchanged Feng Rujifeng's life with serious injuries. As for facing a celestial immortal, Zhuowen could only escape. Moreover, a celestial immortal had a more powerful teleportation divine ability. Their speed was much faster than his teleportation. Even if Zhuowen used his lightning wings, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of a celestial immortal. Although Zhuowen still had the great primordial spirit bomb on him, it was still very difficult for it to hit a celestial immortal. After all, a celestial immortal who possessed the great teleportation skill could use such a skill to dodge the great primordial spirit bomb in advance. It could be said that facing a celestial immortal, Zhuowen could only die. Only by summoning the fighting Buddha demon sage Shiji would he have a chance to turn the tables. This time he had planned to do so. However, he did not expect Wu Jifeng and Wu Jifeng to die. What was even more strange was that Jiang Binghan had also fallen. The way these two died was really strange. At this moment, Zhuowen recalled that the Ice-Fire clan suddenly came to the Wind and Thunder clan to ask for him. In addition, he had no choice but to reveal the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol. All of these were too coincidental. Now that he thought about it, Zhuowen realized that he had fallen into a trap and been schemed against. He could completely guess that after the battle between Wu Jifeng and Jiang Binghan, they would inevitably be injured, and someone would be the fisherman. Then, who is this fisherman? Zhuowen could not think of anything. Who is it? Who is the mastermind behind all of this? I'm afraid the goal of the mastermind is the sacred symbol. Zhuowen's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. He knew that the mastermind behind the Wind and Thunder clan and Ice-Fire clan must be after the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol and the Ice-Fire sacred symbol. Moreover, Zhuowen also thought of Jian Mu, who had been reduced to a puppet. After he entered the Broken Skull Abyss, Jian Mu had secretly tried to assassinate him. His goal was not only to kill him, but also to obtain the sacred symbol on him. The man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen thought in his heart. He knew that this matter was definitely related to the man with the ghost mask. The purpose of the man with the ghost mask should be the sacred symbol. No wonder the man with the ghost mask targeted you. Their goal is the sacred symbol on you. Boy, since a part of the origin source of the Wind and Thunder sacred symbol and the Ice-Fire sacred symbol has been obtained by the mastermind behind the ghost mask, then their next target will naturally be you. You must be careful, Xiaohe said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. After he removed the ghost mask on Jianmu's face, he knew that he had been targeted by the organization of the man with the ghost mask. Thinking of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen suddenly looked in the direction of Yang Yi. He was now a little hesitant. Should he tell Yang Yi about the man with the ghost mask and Yang Yi's matter? We still don't know what Yang Yi is like. You don't have to tell him about this. Just keep it to yourself. Xiaohe suddenly reminded him. Zhuowen nodded and secretly replied, I know. As for the truth, I'm afraid we can only find out after Jianmu wakes up. While Zhuowen was thinking, the blood immortal returned to Zhuowen's side, covered in blood. In the buildings where the Wind and Thunder clan was located, all the warriors above the Saint Realm were mercilessly slaughtered by the blood immortal. The Wind and Thunder clan is finished. Chapter 1750. 7 days. The disturbance in the Gale and Thunder family only lasted for a while before Yang Yi rebuilt a huge round platform in the sky above the Gale and Thunder city. This round platform was naturally for the divine battle preliminaries to continue. Zhuowen stood on the blood immortal's back. Under everyone's respectful gazes, he flew to the 100 new round platforms that Yang Yi had built. Xue Hui and Elder Zhu Shang naturally came up to him immediately. The eagerness in their eyes became more intense. Not only Xue Hui, but Shui Tianzi and Ji Feilong, who did not particularly care about Zhuowen, also involuntarily went up to him and tried to get close to him. Although Zhuowen's strength was indeed terrifying, Xue Hui and the other three were earthly immortals. Since the four of them had extended an olive branch to him, Zhuowen naturally could not pretend to be aloof. They all courteously returned the greeting. Xue Hui, who was originally dissatisfied because Zhuowen had taken his life essence blood, had completely changed his mind at this moment. He looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration. "Bai Qing, take this heaven-defying saint weapon. It should be of great help to you." Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out a huge magma river from his spiritual ring. This river was naturally the heaven-defying saint weapon, spirit-devouring magma river, that Zhuowen had obtained from the Green Dragon Palace. Now that Zhuowen's strength was not what it used to be, the spirit-devouring magma river was becoming less and less useful to him. Since he had promised to compensate Bai Qing, he naturally would not break his promise. This spirit-devouring magma river was just right for Bai Qing. Bai Qing took the spirit-devouring magma river and was pleasantly surprised. He naturally felt the powerful aura from this heaven-defying saint weapon. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhuowen, for your gift." The competition continued in an orderly manner. Yang Yi's style of doing things was still as lazy as before. After he finished building the round stage, he once again became a hands-off boss and allowed Xue Hui to preside over the rest of the competition. Half a day later, the final results of the preliminaries were all out. Naturally, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. Moreover, among the 100 people in the preliminary selection, half of them were half immortals, and the rest were basically heaven-defying saint stage. There was no one below the heaven-defying saint stage. The elites of Bai Qing's family were all eliminated. After all, Bai Qing was the only one in Bai family who had reached the heaven-defying saint realm. Yang Yi laid lazily on the Qilin's back and looked down at the 100 people below. He said, "Congratulations, you've passed the preliminaries. You're qualified to participate in the real war of the gods." As soon as Yang Yi said this, everyone that sat cross-legged on the 100 round plates revealed excited expressions, and even Xue Hui, Old Man Zhu, and the other three earthly immortal realm old fellows were no exception. They knew very well that this battle of the gods was the key to entering the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was related to the ancient times, and there were unimaginable benefits inside. More importantly, warriors who could enter the ancient battlefield would be able to obtain opportunities and break through to a higher realm. The benefits of being able to break through to a higher realm alone had attracted countless warriors, especially old fellows like earthly immortals and heavenly immortals. Old fellows who had reached the earthly immortal realm and heavenly immortal realm often needed opportunities rather than time and resources to advance further. Once they obtained an opportunity, they would be able to smoothly break through to a higher realm. However, if they were unable to obtain an opportunity, they might be stuck in their original realm for the rest of their lives. It could be said that when one reached their realm, a breakthrough would sometimes become an extravagant hope. The location of this battle of the gods will be at the Chaos Temple. Gather here 7 days later. I'll bring all of you to the Chaos Temple then, Yang Yi said faintly. After that, Yang Yi glanced at Zhuowen and patted the Qilin. The Qilin let out a low roar, turned into a green light, and disappeared from the spot. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said a few words to Bai Qing. His right foot stepped on the void, and traces of ripples spread out from his right foot. Then Zhuowen disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Yang Yi left, the originally quiet wind thunder city suddenly burst into an uproar. Of course, the main reason for this uproar was naturally not because of the battle of the gods, but because of the Wind Thunder Clan, which was almost annihilated. After witnessing Zhuo Wen's ruthless methods, Zhuo Wen's name had instead become a taboo in the mouths of the crowd. They wouldn't casually mention him, and even if they did, their voices would be suppressed to the extreme. Whoosh! In the sky above a dense forest thousands of miles away from Wind Thunder City, the Qilin let out a cry and stopped. It turned around and roared at Zhuowen, its eyes full of hostility. Zhuowen ignored the Qilin and looked at Yang Yi. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Yang Yi, you should tell me what happened between you and Jianmu back then." Yang Yi patted the Qilin's head and calmed it down. He took a deep look at Zhuowen and sighed, "It's a long story. When Jianmu and I came to the central region, we directly handed in the Heavenly Worm Avatar's mission. But on the way back from the Chaotic Temple, Jianmu and I met a group of mysterious people. This group of mysterious people wore ghost masks on their heads. It was extremely strange." Yang Yi frowned when he said this, revealing an extremely solemn expression. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect Yang Yi to meet the people wearing ghost masks. Moreover, the reason why Jianmu was wearing ghost masks was probably related to what Yang Yi was about to say. The leader of the people wearing ghost masks was very powerful. Moreover, this group of people cooperated with each other very well. They attacked together with the intention of capturing me alive, but they failed in the end. However, I was heavily injured because of this and fled desperately. Yang Yi revealed a trace of guilt when he said this. He continued, "At that time, I couldn't even take care of Jianmu. I'm afraid Jianmu was captured by them. Later on, I specially investigated the origins of this group of people wearing ghost masks, but I found that the clues were incomplete." Zhuowen took a deep breath and thought to himself, "It seems that Jianmu was captured by the faction behind the people wearing ghost masks because of this reason. Moreover, they refined him into this hideous appearance." However, how much of what Yang Yi said is true is still debatable. Zhuowen could not be blamed for doubting Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi's words were only one-sided. Coupled with Xiao Hei's reminder, Zhuowen did not intend to tell Yang Yi about Jianmu in the end. That's right. According to some clues I found, the goal of this group of people wearing ghost masks is most likely the Holy Talisman. I guess the deaths of the Wind and Thunder family's ancestor Feng Lei Wuji and the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's ancestor Jiang Binghan should be related to this group of people wearing ghost masks. You have the Holy Talisman on you, so be careful. Yang Yi stared at Zhuowen with a touch of concern in his eyes and continued, "If you can follow me. Now that I am the messenger of primal chaos, I am quite respected in the primal chaos temple. Now that the group of people wearing ghost masks does not dare to attack me, you will be much safer by my side than by yourself." Zhuowen quietly stared at Yang Yi. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. This junior brother will act appropriately. There is no need to trouble senior brother." Yang Yi's face stiffened slightly, but soon he smiled and said, "It seems that junior brother is very confident. However, you do have the capital to be confident. You were able to kill a peak earthly immortal as a half-immortal. Even I was far from being able to do that." When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi waved his right hand and passed a jade tablet to Zhuowen. He said, "This jade tablet is my identity jade tablet, and it contains my full strength attack. If you're in trouble, this jade tablet should be of great help to you." Zhuowen took the jade card and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. If senior brother has nothing else to say, junior brother will take his leave first. Go, be careful." Yang Yi did not urge him to stay, and said with a smile. Zhuowen cupped his hands again, and immediately turned into a rainbow, and left this place. Xiaohei, can you see through Yang Yi's cultivation? On the way, Zhuowen suddenly asked Xiaohei. I can't see through it. There is a layer of fog on Yang Yi's body that is specially used to block detection. This fog should be set up by an almighty person. I can't see through that layer of fog to see through Yang Yi's cultivation, Xiaohei said. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a flip of his right hand, he took out the jade card given to him by Yang Yi and continued, Is there any problem with this jade card? Xiaohei was silent for a moment, but shook his head and said, I can't find any problem with this jade card. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Am I really overthinking it? Senior brother Yang Yi really has nothing to do with Jianmu's disappearance? This matter still needs to be discussed. You'd better be careful. This Yang Yi has more secrets than you. Even if he's not the person with the ghost mask, I'm afraid he's not a simple person, Xiaohei said. Zhuowen nodded. He stared at the jade card in his hand for a few times, but casually threw it into the dense forest below. After that, he directly turned into a rainbow and entered Wind Thunder City. Since Zhuowen had no way of knowing Yang Yi's background, nor did he know what Yang Yi's purpose was, under the premise of caution, Zhuowen eliminated anything that could possibly expose his whereabouts, and he could not bring this jade token with him. After returning to Wind Thunder City, Zhuowen found that when many eyes looked at him, they were all evasive. There were even a few eyes that were like mice that saw a cat. They fled in a panic and did not dare to get close to Zhuowen. This scene caused Zhuowen to be stunned at first, and then he quickly recalled his performance in the Battle of Gods, causing him to reveal an expression of understanding. However, he didn't explain anything and just dismissed it with a smile. After that, he notified Bai Qing, and under Bai Qing's respectful lead, he stayed in a rather good inn. After he entered the inn, Zhuowen sat cross-legged and meditated, and he silently waited for the arrival of 7 days. During these 7 days of time, Shui Hui, Old Man Zhu, Ji Feilong, and Shui Tianze frequently paid him a visit. However, Zhuowen basically asked Bai Qing to decline all of them. Chapter 1751, Temple of Chaos Whoosh. Whoosh. The instant the cry of the green Qilin resounded throughout the entire Wind Thunder City, numerous figures flashed out from within the city. The auras of these figures were extremely grand. Even the weakest among them was at the heaven-defying Saint Realm. In the dark attic, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Then he stomped his right foot and disappeared from the attic. At this moment, not far from the inn, Bai Qing was standing there respectfully, and when he saw Zhuowen come out, he said in a low voice, My lord! Let's go too. Zhuowen nodded, and then he flicked his sleeve to instantly bring Bai Qing to his side before directly teleporting away. At this moment, in the sky above Wind Thunder City, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the green Qilin. 100 light pillars floated below him. These 100 light pillars were the teleportation formation that he had set up in the past 7 days. Under the envious gazes of the numerous cultivators in the city, the numerous figures that shot out explosively from Wind Thunder City stepped into the formation without the slightest hesitation. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on Green Qilin's back. He suddenly sneered and said in a deep voice, Trying to fish in troubled waters. As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand in the air. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the light pillars below. Then, a figure was forced out of the light pillar in an extremely sorry state. His chest had caved in, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely terrifying. Yang Yi didn't stop after chasing away the person who was trying to fish in troubled waters. His right hand pointed at the void again and again. Then a series of miserable screams resounded in the surroundings. Many warriors who had entered the other light pillars were forced out by Yang Yi. These were basically cultivators who had failed in the preliminaries, but their strength wasn't weak. Because of their unwillingness, they naturally mixed in with the crowd this time. They wanted to seize a light pillar and replace the peach with the peach. If there is a next time, I will not be so merciful. Yang Yi clapped his hands, and a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. Many warriors who had planned to rush up to the array felt a chill in their hearts, and they all stopped their right feet that were about to take a step forward. With Yang Yi's example, no one tried to take advantage of the situation. Compared to their lives, the qualification to participate in the competition was naturally more important. After most of the warriors returned to their positions, 4 rainbows flew over from not far away. The auras of these 4 rainbows were extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other warriors. Moreover, the speed of these 4 streaks of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the array, revealing 4 imposing figures. Mansion Master Shui Hui of Green Lotus Mansion, Mansion Master Zhu Shang of Precipice Mansion, Shui Tianza of Celestial Water Mansion, and Mansion Master Ji Feilong of Longrua Mansion. When these 4 majestic figures arrived side by side, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire Wind Thunder City. Many gazes filled with respect were focused on Shui Hui and the other 3. An expert at the earthly immortal realm was already in existence that stood at the peak of this continent, and he ought to receive such reverence and attention. The moment Shui Hui and the other 3 arrived, another streak of light flew over from afar. Shui Hui and the other 3 seemed to have sensed something and landed on the streak of light together. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Swoosh! The streak of light flew over in an instant, and then 2 figures appeared. The one in the lead was a young man in a black robe. Brother Zhuowen, Old Man Zhu Shang, said politely with a smile, "My lord." Shui Hui also cupped his hands respectfully. As for Ji Feilong and Shui Tianza, although they were not as respectful and courteous as Shui Hui and Old Man Zhu Shang, they treated Zhuowen with great respect and did not dare to neglect him. Zhuowen nodded at the 4 of them. Immediately after, he led Bai Qing to choose a light pillar at random and stepped into it. Shui Hui and the other 3 also chose a light pillar and stepped into it. The moment Zhuowen entered the light pillar, he felt a strange surge of space power, which made him feel a resistance, as if he was in the sea. Moreover, the space power was much stronger than an ordinary teleportation array. It was as if he had entered countless overlapping parallel spaces after entering the light pillar, and there was no end to it. Previously, I heard from Yang Yi that the Chaos Temple exists in a small world isolated by an almighty. If you want to enter the Chaos Temple, you have to be led by a Chaos Envoy. Now, it seems that this is true. After the 100 people for the preliminary selection had all arrived, Yang Yi waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the 100 light pillars in the sky slowly faded away. Yang Yi made a gesture and grabbed at the void with his right hand. A void passage slowly appeared in front of him, and Green Kylan directly disappeared into the void passage under his instructions. The location of the Chaos Temple was extremely mysterious. No one knew its exact location. Even the Chaos Envoy used a special teleportation array to return. Other than that, there was no other way. At this moment, within 100,000 miles of the Chaos Temple, there were restrictions everywhere. The Chaos Envoys stood in every corner of the Chaos Temple like servants. This War of the Gods was related to the primordial battlefield. It was an extremely important event for the Chaos Temple for countless years. All private fights were prohibited within this area. If there were any violators, the Chaos Temple would immediately intervene. Around the Chaos Temple, there were 9 huge teleportation formations. As the teleportation formations shone brightly, many figures appeared on the northern teleportation formation. Many famous martial artists appeared one by one, led by the messengers of chaos to the northern teleportation formation. These martial artists looked excited, and a few of them remained calm. However, they all had one thing in common. After they stepped out of the array, a strong fighting spirit surged from their bodies. Zhuo Wen's figure appeared in the midst of the numerous cultivators. The instant he appeared, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, revealing a grave expression in his eyes. The Chaos Temple was extremely large, like the palace of an ancient emperor. It was extremely magnificent. The buildings were intertwined and stacked on top of each other. There were even restriction fluctuations vaguely leaking out from the buildings. The reason Zhuo Wen had revealed a solemn expression was because of those flickering restrictions. Those restrictions were actually all ancient restrictions. Moreover, they were extremely powerful ancient restrictions. Zhuo Wen had cultivated the devouring curse forbidden art before, and had reached the small success stage. He had a good understanding of the ancient forbidden arts. From what he could see, the ancient forbidden arts set up around the Chaos Temple were extremely powerful. Even if he had mastered the devouring curse restriction, if he tried to break through such a terrifying ancient restriction, the only result would be death. Of course, if he had mastered the devouring curse restriction, it would be much better. However, it would still be very difficult to break through such a huge ancient restriction. It was not only the Chaos Temple that was like this. Even the scenery outside the Chaos Temple, such as the boundless starry sky, the surrounding grass and trees, and even the ground under his feet, Zhuo Wen could feel the fluctuations of the ancient restrictions. Of course, the ancient restrictions in these scenery were much weaker than the ones in the Chaos Temple. However, they were not something that ordinary martial artists could resist. Moreover, Zhuo Wen could faintly feel that the Chaos Temple and the ancient restrictions in the surrounding scenery were connected. It was as if they were an inseparable whole. If he were to touch one of them, it would affect the whole thing. This made Zhuo Wen extremely fearful. Any one of the ancient restrictions here was enough to give Zhuo Wen a headache. If they were connected and interconnected, it would be difficult for Zhuo Wen to break through them even if he racked his brains. Is this the location of the Chaos Temple? This. Zhuo Wen looked up at the sky above the Chaos Temple. He discovered that there were countless twinkling stars, just like the starry sky map from his previous life. Moreover, looking at the starry sky above the Chaos Temple, it seemed like he was extremely close to the starry sky. Moreover, when Zhuo Wen used the devouring curse restriction to carefully size up his surroundings once more, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a small world formed directly from restrictions, and outside the restrictions was actually a boundless starry sky. Zhuo Wen secretly cast the devouring curse restriction in an attempt to calculate the exact location of the Chaos Temple. Afterwards, he discovered that the Chaos Temple was located at the bottom of the region, which he was familiar with in the Central Plains. The Central Plains was extremely far away from here. It was much, much farther than the Empyrean. If Zhuo Wen had not used the devouring curse restriction to spy on it, he would not have thought that the Chaos Temple was not in the Central Plains at all. It existed in the starry sky above the Central Plains. Below is the Central Plains. Then in the boundless starry sky above the Chaos Temple, is there a continent like the Heavenly Armor Continent? Or perhaps the Heavenly Armor Continent is just like Earth, an insignificant planet in the boundless starry sky. Zhuo Wen suddenly had a bold idea. If the Heavenly Armor Continent was really a planet like the Earth, then perhaps he really could find a way to find the secret of why he was reborn on the unfamiliar Heavenly Armor Continent. Perhaps he could follow the starry sky back to the Earth. Of course, this idea only appeared in Zhuo Wen's mind for a moment. He knew that it was only his guess. As for the real result, Zhuowen himself did not know. Xiao, hey, have you ever been to the starry sky? This part of the starry sky is so similar to my hometown. Zhuowen suddenly said to himself with some emotion. In his previous life, he was just an insignificant college student. He was humble and ordinary, with a vision for the future. He studied hard and looked forward to being outstanding in the future. Now, when he recalled the scenes of his previous life, he discovered that he had the most precious happiness and satisfaction back then. However, he could no longer feel that kind of ordinary happiness and satisfaction now. It had long been obliterated by the law of the jungle. Several decades have passed. I'm afraid everything has changed. Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness as he shook his head and sighed. However, Xiao He was silent for a moment before replying, "The starry sky is very vast. With my strength, I can't travel through it at all. Even the almighty divine transformation stage cultivators could only fly tens of millions of kilometers in the starry sky before they could no longer persevere and return to the heavenly armor continent." Chapter 1752. Hiyu and Dong Qixin. Even soul formation cultivators can't fly for that long? Zhuowen looked serious. He didn't think that even legendary soul formation cultivators couldn't escape the shackles of the galaxy. It seemed that the galaxy wasn't as simple as he thought. No, the environment of the starry sky is very different from that of the heavenly armor continent. True immortals cannot survive in the starry sky for more than 2 hours. Only divine transformation cultivators can truly survive in the starry sky. Even so, divine transformation cultivators are fast, but compared to the vastness of the starry sky, they are insignificant. The reason why the Chaos Temple can stand in the galaxy is because of the countless ancient restrictions around it. Xiao He sighed. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Since Xiao He said so, he knew that with his current cultivation level, he couldn't hope to go to the galaxy. Perhaps in the future, when my cultivation is sufficient, I might really be able to venture into the boundless starry sky. Just what exists on the other side of the starry sky. Zhuowen gazed deeply into the starry sky as he thought to himself, "Looks like we're not the first to arrive. Everyone come with me." Yang Yi laughed. Then he rode on the green qilin and led the others out of the formation. At the center of the 9 formations, there was a huge fragment of land. This fragment was tens of thousands of miles wide and was quite far away from the Chaos Temple. When Zhuowen saw this fragment of land, a strange look appeared on his face. Wasn't this fragment of land that could be seen everywhere in the Broken Eyebrow Abyss? It seemed that the middle-aged man had moved it here from the Broken Eyebrow Abyss. At this moment, there were already 2 groups standing on the desolate fragment of land. In front of each group stood an envoy of chaos. Moreover, Zhuowen noticed that the auras of the 100 cultivators in these 2 groups were extremely powerful. In fact, they were even stronger than the 100 cultivators on Zhuowen's side. This discovery caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. What caught Zhuowen's attention in particular were the 2 people at the front of the 2 groups. One of them was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surrounded by yellow dust. This dust was extremely strange. It was like yellow dust that lingered around Zhuowen. When Zhuowen looked carefully, he could see that the dust was constantly lingering around him. Occasionally, the image of a yellow shield would appear. The other person was a rather handsome young man. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He had his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the sky. It was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. Rays of cold light appeared around him. Upon closer inspection, these cold lights were all illusory images formed by various weapons. The reason why Zhuowen noticed these 2 people was naturally because their auras were the most terrifying in the 2 teams. If Zhuowen guessed correctly, these two people's cultivation were at least above the late Earth immortal stage, similar to Feng Ruji. After all, Zhuowen had a holy talisman. He could faintly feel that these two people had the aura of a holy talisman. Without a doubt, these two people must be the masters of other holy talisman clans. Xuehui, who are these two people? Zhuowen knew that these two people were probably from the 9 holy talisman clans. However, he was not very familiar with the 9 holy talisman clans. At this moment, he naturally wanted to ask Xuehui. After witnessing Zhuowen's powerful strength, Xuehui naturally did not dare to be negligent. He pointed to the middle-aged man and said, "This person is Dong Qixin, the master of the Heavy Shield clan. His strength is at the late Earth immortal stage. The other person is Hiyu, the master of the Wangren clan. His strength is similar to Dong Qixin's." When Zhuowen's gaze fell on Hiyu and Dong Qixin, both of them seemed to have sensed it. Their gazes shot towards Zhuowen. Half immortal. After Dong Qixin glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, he withdrew his gaze with a lack of interest. On the other hand, Hiyu licked his lips. His eyes flickered, and a huge amount of divine sense swept out from the depths of his pupils. It turned into a thin needle and suddenly swept towards Zhuowen. Hiyu's action was extremely subtle. Except for the existence of a few Earth immortals, most people did not sense it. Dong Qixin glanced at Hiyu indifferently with a touch of contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at Zhuowen with a trace of pity. He was very clear about Hiyu's character. This guy's character was extremely strange. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, create trouble out of nothing, and treat human life as grass. Even if his opponent was weaker than him, if he did not like him, he would still attack without hesitation. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the half-immortal realm. The divine, sense-thin needle condensed by Hiyu this time was extremely fierce. Although it would not kill this half-immortal, it was inevitable that he would be seriously injured. When he used divine sense-thin, needle quietly swept in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a series of seals swept out from his hands. Every rune had an extremely powerful sealing power. Even something as illusory as divine sense could be completely sealed. Bang, bang, bang. However, the divine consciousness thin needle that Hiyu had condensed was extremely powerful. It actually broke apart the curse seals in an instant. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. He changed his hand seal, and immediately the surface of his right arm was completely filled with curse seals. After that, Zhuowen used his immortal energy to communicate with the seal on his right arm, and then his right hand clamped down and directly caught the divine sense thin needle that flashed over. After that, he suddenly pulled, and the divine sense thin needle was directly broken. The collision this time only occurred in an instant, and many people present didn't notice it. Only Yang Yi, Xuehui, and the other earthly immortal realm-old freaks were truly able to notice it. Especially when they saw Zhuowen easily break. He used divine sense thin needle. The earthly immortal realm-old freaks were shocked, and the gazes they shot at Zhuowen had changed. He actually caught it? This kid isn't simple. Dong Qixin was stunned, and then he glanced deeply at Zhuowen as he spoke in a low voice. On the other hand, Hiyu glanced at Zhuowen in surprise, but he sneered in a low voice. In his pupils, several divine, sense-thin needles flashed out again. This time, the divine sense-thin needles were far more powerful than the previous one. However, when Hiyu shot out several divine sense-thin needles, Yang Yi's eyes turned slightly cold. He snorted coldly, and an invisible sound wave energy spread out like ripples. The moment the divine sense-thin needles came into contact with the invisible sound wave, they collapsed directly, and the invisible sound wave continued to blast toward Hiyu like a shuttle. He Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The moment the sound wave approached, he bent his right hand and pointed his finger. Countless weapon phantoms around him followed his finger and burst out countless cold light. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosive sounds came from the surrounding air, and then He Yu stepped back a few steps, barely annihilating the invisible sound wave. He stared coldly at Yang Yi and said, "The messenger of chaos shouldn't be qualified to intervene in such a private matter, right? What do you mean by that, Your Excellency?" Yang Yi said coldly, "All private fights are prohibited in the area of the Chaos Temple. I'd like to ask you, what do you mean by that?" He Yu's face froze slightly, and he looked deeply at Yang Yi. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Yang Yi was clearly protecting Zhuowen? After all, it was just a test of divine sense, not a private fight. Generally, the messenger of chaos wouldn't intervene if it wasn't too much. However, Yang Yi not only intervened, but also went against him openly, which was somewhat thought-provoking. In that case, I was wrong first. He Yu glanced coldly at Zhuowen and admitted his mistake very straightforwardly. However, Zhuowen could see that He Yu's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He was afraid that He Yu would not let this matter go. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. Although He Yu had one of the 9 Saint Talismans, the King Blade Saint Talisman, he could feel that the Saint Talisman's origin was not strong. The Saint Talisman was probably not on him, just like the Ice Flame Saint Talisman on Zhuowen. It was just a trace of origin. He Yu's strength should be at most on par with Feng Ruji. Maybe because of the Saint Talisman, He Yu was stronger than Feng Ruji, but not by much. After this disturbance, the earthly immortal realm old monsters in Dong Qixin and He Yu's groups naturally noticed Zhuowen. After all, this kid was absolutely not an ordinary half-immortal, since he was able to withstand the probing of the divine sense of an advanced stage, earthly immortal realm expert. After Yang Yi's team landed, Dong Qixin scanned the team and said in surprise, "Where is Feng Ruji of the Wind and Thunder family? Why isn't this old guy here?" As soon as he said this, the team led by Yang Yi fell into silence. Then, their eyes fell on Zhuowen. Perhaps feeling the strange behavior of the crowd, Dong Qixin also looked at Zhuowen and muttered in his heart, "Could it be that Feng Ruji has something to do and can't come?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "The Feng Ruji you mentioned died in the preliminaries." "Died? How is that possible? He is a late earthly immortal expert. Who can kill such an existence? Moreover, earthly immortals should not need to go through the preliminaries. They should be able to participate in the divine battle directly," He Yu said coldly. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Because Zhuowen appeared in the preliminaries of the divine battle in the area where the Wind and Thunder Mansion is located." Dong Qixin and He Yu both narrowed their eyes. Not only the two of them, but many people in the team behind them also burst into an uproar. Zhuowen? Could it be that Zhuowen, who caused the Ice Fire family and the Wind and Thunder family to fight each other? Wasn't Zhuowen forced into the Broken Skull Abyss by Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei? He's still alive? Discussions rang out. Zhuowen looked at the scene in surprise. It seemed that the incident of him in the Wind and Thunder family was known to everyone. The warriors from the area where the Wang Ren family and the Heavy Shield family were located also knew about it. In fact, Zhuowen did not know that the reason why he was so famous was because he had caused a war between patriarchs of the celestial immortal level. If the patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder family and the Icefire family had not fought for him, Zhuowen's fame would not be so widespread. Unfortunately, he had caused a war between the two patriarchs, which had become an unprecedented event in the history of the Central Region. Chapter 1753. Escort Envoy. You're saying that Feng Ruji perished because of Zhuowen? He Yu laughed with ridicule. Dong Qixin shook his head as well. He didn't think that Zhuowen possessed the ability to kill an advanced stage, earthly immortal realm expert because it was truly unrealistic. Because according to the rumors, Zhuowen was merely at the Yang Sky Saint realm at that time. What could such a lowly cultivation do? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuowen possessed the quintessence of both the Icefire Saint Talisman and Tempest Saint Talisman, and caused a war between the Icefire clan and Tempest clan, then it would really be impossible for Zhuowen to possess such a high reputation in the Central Plains with his cultivation. Yang Yi intended to continue speaking, but Zhuowen sent a voice transmission to Yang Yi and stopped him from continuing. He was very clearly aware that he had to display sufficient strength to obtain the acknowledgement of others, and he really didn't need to rely on false reputation to obtain the acknowledgement of others. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to speak any further. He grinned instead, and his gaze imperceptibly glanced towards Zhuowen's direction, and said, "Based on what you said, Zhuowen should be here as well. A legendary fellow who was able to cause a war between the Icefire clan and Tempest clan, and possesses the quintessence of both the Icefire Saint Talisman and Tempest Saint Talisman, is going to continue hiding like a tortoise and not show himself to others. A tortoise hiding in its shell is much better than a despicable villain who bullies the weak." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and it caused Hiyu's eyes to narrow. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "Since you've answered, then it looks like you're that Zhuowen, right? Your cultivation has improved rather quickly, but you're still just an ant in my eyes. Whether I'm an ant or not isn't something that can be determined with words." Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Hiyu laughed instead and said, "You're right. Once the war begins, I'll let you know exactly how lowly a mere half-immortal like you is." Swoosh! Just as Hiyu finished speaking, the eastern array formation around the fragment suddenly lit up with a beam of light. Then numerous figures flashed out, densely packed like locusts. The leader of the group was an old man with a thin face. Beside the old man was a man in a similar attire as Yang Yi. This man should be the envoy of chaos in charge of this teleportation portal. After the old man appeared, he silently followed behind the envoy of primal chaos with a gloomy expression. The 100 people from the Icefire clan's region have been chosen. After Hiyu and Dong Qixin looked at the old man indifferently, they only casually exchanged a few words, but did not have any intention of greeting the old man. Zhuowen stared at the thin old man, while his gaze revealed a wisp of coldness. He was naturally not unfamiliar with this old man. He was the second earthly immortal realm expert in the Icefire clan besides Jiang Zhuome, and he was the grand elder of the Icefire clan, Jiang Zhe. Perhaps because he felt Zhuowen's cold gaze, Jiang Zhe casually glanced at Zhuowen. Then his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes suddenly turned red. "It's you, Zhuowen?" Jiang Zhe roared furiously. He actually completely disregarded his bearing and directly flashed towards Zhuowen's group like a bolt of lightning. Even the envoy of chaos in front of his group could not react in time. Zhuowen stood silently on the spot. He stared at Jiang Zhe, who had fallen into a violent rage, and sneered in his heart. The moment Jiang Zhe approached, Yang Yi snorted coldly and grabbed at the air with his right hand. Instantly, the space around Jiang Zhe froze. Jiang Zhe's expression changed slightly. He felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the surroundings, and then he was confined on the spot by this enormous pressure. Who is this envoy of chaos? His strength is so terrifying. When they saw Jiang Zhe being confined in an instant, Hiyu and Dong Qixin were visibly moved. Earlier, when Yang Yi easily shattered Hiyu's divine sense needle, they did not sense the depth of his strength. But now Jiang Zhe, who was also in the late stage of the earthly immortal realm, was so easily confined that it immediately aroused the attention and fear of Hiyu and Dong Qixin. Generally speaking, The strength of the Envoy of Chaos was basically around the earthly immortal realm, and the peak of the earthly immortal realm was considered extremely strong. However, it was impossible for the peak of the earthly immortal realm to imprison the late stage of the earthly immortal realm so easily. There was no doubt that Yang Yi was definitely at the celestial immortal realm, and such an expert would definitely obtain a higher position in the Temple of Chaos than the Envoy of Chaos. All private fights are prohibited in the Temple of Chaos. Didn't the Envoy of Chaos in charge remind you? Yang Yi said coldly. At this moment, the Envoy of Chaos in charge of Zhang's group also reacted. He hurriedly rushed to Yang Yi and said in an extremely respectful manner, "Envoy Yang, it's my fault. Please forgive me." Yang Yi waved his sleeve and threw the imprisoned Zhang to the Envoy of Chaos. He said indifferently, "Take care of him. If he does this again, he will be disqualified from participating in the divine battle." Zhang also came to his senses, and his eyes regained their rationality. He secretly regretted his impulsive behavior just now. However, it was not surprising that he would lose his composure. After all, Zhuowen was the cause of the death of the Icefire family's family master, Jiang Zuomei, and their ancestor, Jiang Binghan, also died inexplicably because of Zhuowen. The Icefire family did not know who killed Jiang Binghan. After that, Jiang Zhe went to the prophet's family to find the goddess Yen Tianwei, and specifically asked her to calculate the cause of Jiang Binghan's death. However, because Jiang Binghan was a celestial immortal, she would have to pay a great price to calculate the cause of Jiang Binghan's death. She even declined because it would affect her lifespan. However, the goddess Yen Tianwei inferred the cause of Jiang Zuomei's death for the Icefire family. She died because of Zhuowen. Jiang Binghan's death did not have much to do with Zhuowen. Rather, he must have been killed by an even stronger heavenly immortal. Even so, it was generally very difficult for heavenly immortals to kill off their opponents. The only exception was when one of them was seriously wounded and their cultivation base fell. The ancestor of the Icefire family, Jiang Binghan, was seriously injured because of the battle with Feng Lei Wuji. Although his cultivation level did not drop, his injuries were extremely serious, which gave others an opportunity to take advantage of. The two pillars of the Icefire family had died directly or indirectly because of Zhuowen. The moment Jiang Zhe saw Zhuowen, he naturally lost his mind and wanted to kill Zhuowen. "I was rude." Jiang Zhe cupped his hands at Zhuowen and then glared fiercely at him. Then, under the leadership of the Envoy of Chaos, he returned to his team. After the 4 teams landed, the sky above the Chaos Temple in front of the fragment suddenly filled with red clouds. Countless clouds rolled and quickly gathered. The cloud was thousands of feet wide, and it was filled with red light. When the cloud landed on the fragment, it gradually shrank and turned into an old man. The old man had white hair and looked like an immortal. The moment he appeared, lightning flashed under his feet, and auspicious beasts flew up. "I am the envoy of the Chaos Temple. This time, I am here to receive the second team." The moment the old man appeared, a majestic aura spread out and filled the surroundings. Terrifying celestial core power rushed out from the Tianling acupoint on his forehead like a volcanic eruption. Judging from the terrifying celestial core power, this old man was also a celestial immortal, and he should not be an ordinary one. "Greetings, envoy. Is my family's patriarch already in the Chaos Temple?" He suddenly stepped forward and asked the old man with cupped fists. The old man looked at Hiyu and smiled. "He Wushang of your family has been invited to the Chaos Temple by the Divine Master. When you arrive at your residence, you can contact He Wushang. Of course, Dong Fangxin of the Heavy Shield family is also in the Chaos Temple." "Thank you for your reminder, envoy." Dong Qixin stepped forward and cupped his fists. Zhuowen looked thoughtful. From the envoy's words, it was not difficult to guess that he Wushang and Dong Fangxin should be the patriarchs of the Wang Ren family and the Heavy Shield family. They were existences at the same level as the Wind and Thunder family and Jiangbing Han. Moreover, since this was the second team, it was obvious that other teams of the Saint Rune family had arrived at the Chaos Temple in advance. Why are there only 4 teams in the second team? Where are the teams of the Prophet's family? The old man glanced around and suddenly asked in a deep voice. As soon as he said that, a teleportation formation in the west suddenly lit up. Soon after, a figure slowly walked out. It was not difficult to tell from the person's clothes that he was an envoy of chaos. Where are the people of the Prophet's family? The old man stared at the person and asked in displeasure. The primal chaos emissary hurried to the old man and said respectfully, "Emissary, the goddess of the Prophet's family, said that they have given up on the divine war, and the 10 prefectures around them have also given up." The old man frowned slightly. Soon after, he waved his hand and said, "Since the Prophet's family has given up, then forget it." Having said that, the old man glanced around and suddenly asked, "Is there anyone called Zhuowen among you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence. Many people had strange looks in their eyes. Zhuowen was also surprised. He had not expected the envoy of the Chaos Temple to mention his name. "I am Zhuowen. May I know what the envoy wants?" Zhuowen stepped forward and cupped his hands at the old man. The old man glanced at Zhuowen and revealed a rare kind smile. He said, "Come with me. There is a lord who wants to see you." After he finished speaking, the old man's body shook and turned into a long rainbow. He instantly flew into the distance. Zhuowen pondered for a moment. He did not look at the surprised gazes around him. He took a step forward and followed closely behind the old man. The old man's speed was not fast. As he flew forward, the clouds in front of him dispersed. Zhuowen calmly followed behind him. Although he was very puzzled that someone had summoned him, he did not ask any questions. He knew that the person who summoned him must be a big shot of the Chaos Temple if the old man at the celestial level addressed him as Lord. Even though he was puzzled, he knew that the truth would be revealed when he entered the Chaos Temple. Chapter 1754. Central Temple. What you saw just now was only the outer temple of the Chaos Temple. This time, I will bring you to the inner temple. The old man glanced at Zhuowen and continued, "Aren't you curious at all about who summoned you?" Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Junior is naturally curious. However, since Senior didn't say anything along the way, it's naturally inappropriate for Junior to ask. Actually, we'll naturally know who it is when we meet them." The old man sized Zhuowen up and smiled. He praised, "Not bad. There aren't many people at your age who have the same mentality as you. I only know of one person in the Primal Chaos Temple." Zhuowen was interested and asked, "Who is it?" "Ha! You should have heard of this person. His name is Yuan Hongwen. He is known as a genius that appears once in 10,000 years. He is also known as the Son of God." The old man said cheerfully. Zhuowen revealed an expression of sudden understanding. He'd heard about Yuan Hongwen as well. Supposedly, Yuan Hongwen was capable of defeating earthly immortal realm experts when he was at the half-immortal realm. Now that Yuan Hongwen had advanced smoothly into the earthly immortal realm, his strength was probably even more terrifying. Moreover, Yuan Hongwen's cultivation time was very short. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Zhuowen's 30 years, it was definitely not more than 100 years. For a saint with a long lifespan, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. To be able to cultivate to the earth immortal level in such a short time, he could definitely be called a monster. In the central region, There were no juniors of any forces who could cultivate to the earth immortal level at Yuan Hongwen's age. Generally, those who could reach the earth immortal level were old monsters who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, Yuan Hongwen was not an ordinary earth immortal. He had the combat strength of a peak earth immortal when he just became an immortal. He was a target that many old monsters in the central region were wary of. When the old man and Zhuowen passed through the exterior of the Chaos Temple, Zhuowen saw many solemn palaces. There were many palaces, but they were not crowded together. Instead, they were scattered. Looking from afar, one couldn't see the end of them. They were much more magnificent than the city lord's mansion in the central region. Immortal Qi? The moment Zhuowen entered the inner hall, he felt a qualitative change in the surrounding energy. This surging energy was very familiar to Zhuowen. It was the immortal Qi he had absorbed from the five-colored seal in the shattered elephant abyss. It seems like little friend Zhuowen is quite knowledgeable. The inner hall of the primal chaos divine temple is indeed filled with immortal Qi. In here, the cultivation of immortal sage experts will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. This is a paradise for immortal sages, said the old man proudly. Zhuowen nodded. It was no wonder so many cultivators from the Central Plains wanted to join the Chaos Temple. It turned out that the Chaos Temple was so powerful. Not only were there many ancient restrictions around it, but even the immortal Qi from the ancient era had been preserved. It was no wonder that the Chaos Temple was known as the oldest and most powerful force in the central region. Whether it was in terms of background or power, it was much more powerful than the 9 sacred talisman families. There are a total of 108 palaces in the inner hall of the Chaos Temple. These palaces were all found by the previous divine masters from the depths of the 6 perilous lands. They were then moved here and formed the inner hall. The restrictions inside are much more powerful than those outside. They were the palaces of the ancient almighties, said the old man with a faint smile. Zhuowen nodded. The restrictions inside the inner hall were indeed much more powerful than those outside. There were many routes that Zhuowen couldn't figure out. He could only follow the old man closely and walk on the correct path. He knew very well that if he took a wrong step in the inner hall, he would immediately trigger a powerful and terrifying ancient restriction. The consequences would be extremely serious. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the 108 palaces in the inner hall were all immortal sacred weapons. Although most of them were earth immortal sacred weapons, as he went deeper, he even saw palaces that were celestial sacred weapons. When they reached the deepest part, there was an extremely majestic palace. Below the palace, there was a huge beast with a straight back and a hunched back, carrying the palace on its back. A true immortal sacred weapon. Seeing the magnificent palace, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. The aura that the palace revealed was too magnificent. It made Zhuowen feel as if he was facing the Black Dragon Palace. Moreover, this palace was not like Zhuowen's palace. Due to the limitation of his strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Black Dragon Palace. This palace completely revealed the aura of a true immortal sacred weapon. The aura was extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life. It was precisely because the aura of the hall was too terrifying that the giant beast carrying the hall was unable to stand up. It could only remain in a half-squatting position with its spine bent, quietly carrying the magnificent hall. Moreover, the huge beast that was pressed down by the palace had an extremely vast aura. If Zhuowen was not wrong, this huge beast's strength was probably not weaker than a celestial immortal. Roar! The moment the old man and Zhuowen approached, the huge beast suddenly opened its eyes. A bloodthirsty and terrifying light burst out from the huge beast's eyes. Then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the huge beast's mouth. Terrifying sound waves swept over, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily take a few steps back. Fortunately, the old man was prepared. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the terrifying sound waves. Zhuowen didn't make a fool of himself. "There's a guest. Don't make a scene." The elder coldly snorted before retrieving a large number of scarlet fruits from his spirit ring. These fruits gave off a red fragrance. Zhuowen gently inhaled before a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Immortal desire fruit." Zhuowen naturally knew about the celestial desire fruit. It was a very rare elixir in the Central Plains. Although the celestial desire fruit was extremely rare, its grade wasn't high, and its value wasn't high. In fact, in many people's eyes, the celestial desire fruit was an extremely obscure term. This was because the celestial desire fruit had the effect of causing hallucinations and excitement. If one consumed the celestial desire fruit, one would become extremely excited. The reason why the celestial desire fruit was so obscure in the eyes of many people was because it was the main ingredient in making many aphrodisiacs. Therefore, when the celestial desire fruit was mentioned, this was the first thing that came to Zhuowen's mind. However, he didn't expect that this huge beast would actually like to eat something like the celestial desire fruit. This made Zhuowen reveal a strange expression. Roar. The huge beast fiercely roared and immediately opened its bloody mouth. It directly swallowed the large number of celestial desire fruits. After chewing a few times, it let out a satisfied roar. Then, the huge beast lowered its body and no longer obstructed the old man and Zhuowen. "This is?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. "This beast is the mount of the Divine Master. Its name is Tao Tai, and it has the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai. This fellow is extremely gluttonous and almost eats everything. However, the only thing that can truly satisfy it is the celestial desire fruit. If you want to enter the central divine palace, you have to feed it celestial desire fruit." The old man smiled bitterly. "Little friend Zhuowen, that lord only summoned you. Therefore, I can only escort you here." The old man said in a straightforward manner. Zhuowen glanced at the palace on the back of the huge beast and immediately turned to the old man. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for leading the way, elder." The old man waved his hand and said, "Little friend Zhuowen is too polite. Since you were summoned to the central divine palace, it is clear that the Lord values you. This old man can see that you are not an ordinary person. In the future, I am afraid that we will have to rely on you in the central divine palace." With that, the old man cupped his fists and took his leave. Zhuowen glanced at the huge beast in front of the great hall. Immediately, he cautiously rushed towards the door of the great hall. At this moment, the door of the great hall slowly opened. Two graceful female servants, wearing light veils, walked out from within. "Are you Lord Zhuowen?" The two maids bowed and asked. "Yes." Zhuowen said, "The Divine Master is in the depths of the palace. Please follow us." After they finished speaking, the two maids slowly led the way. Moreover, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when the two maids led the way, they actually intentionally or unintentionally revealed their pure white jade legs under their muslin skirts. Moreover, their walking posture was also filled with enchanting and charm. Zhuowen glanced at them indifferently and did not look at them for long. He just followed them silently. The two maids also noticed Zhuowen's expression from the corner of their eyes, and their faces became gloomy. Although the maids had good cultivation and could be considered as strong experts in the central region, after entering the chaotic divine palace, they were extremely mediocre and could only be maids. They knew very well that if they wanted to change their fate, it was impossible to do so by themselves. They had to climb up the social ladder. Their faintly discernible actions just now were actually a kind of hint. As long as Joie, when slightly transmitted a message, these two maids were completely willing to become Joie, Wen's cauldrons and subordinates after the matter. Unfortunately, Juoen did not have such thoughts. Instead, he pondered about the divine master that the two maids had mentioned. Without a doubt, the divine master should be the middle-aged man who had interacted with him in the shattered skull abyss, because the old celestial saint master had addressed the middle-aged man as the divine master. The envoy didn't say that the divine master wanted to see me. Instead, he said that some great person wanted to see me. Could the great person that the envoy mentioned be the divine master? Juoen thought. Before long, the two maids led Juoen to an extremely large hall. Afterward, the two maids bowed and left the hall. Before they left, the two of them even gave a few more hints. Unfortunately, Juoen did not pay any attention to them. Juoen stared at the hall. His gaze quickly fell on a figure in the center of the hall. The figure was extremely broad and dignified. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. Juoen's breathing quickened and his heartbeat quickened. The figure slowly turned around, revealing an extremely resolute face. He glanced at Juoen and said with a smile, "Young friend, we meet again." "Greetings to the Divine Master. May I ask why the Divine Master has summoned me?" Juoen clasped his hands together and asked politely. The middle-aged man before him was the middle-aged man that Juoen had met in the shattered skull abyss. He was also the Divine Master of the chaotic Divine Palace. Chapter 1755. The true meaning of Buddha. Someone else? Who is it? Juoen was surprised. Apart from the Master God and Elder Gu, he did not know anyone else in the Primal Chaos Temple. Moreover, Elder Gu did not have a good temper. Back then, he did not have a good impression of Juoen. It was impossible for him to meet him personally. The Master God smiled, but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the right corner of the hall. A figure slowly walked out from the corner. Juoen looked over, and his pupils shrank. He could not help but say in a deep voice, "I did not expect it to be you, Senior." "Huh? Juoen, we meet again. Are you surprised to see me now?" The figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Soon after, a sturdy figure was revealed. The person looked to be in his 30s. He wore a loose monk's robe, and his hair was as smooth as a mirror. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his face. The person was none other than the fighting Buddha demon saint, Shiji, whom Juoen had rescued from the smoke whale. Previously, Shiji had wanted to investigate what had happened back then, so he had been separated from Juoen. He had not expected to meet him in the Primal Chaos Temple. Juoen knew that Shiji's appearance in the Primal Chaos Divine Temple was not without reason. It was likely that Shiji was planning to inquire about the truth of what happened back then. After all, the Primal Chaos Divine Temple was able to survive until now. It was likely that it had records of the calamity 10,000 years ago. If the two of you have important matters to discuss, I will not disturb you any further. However, I hope that Brother Shur will not forget what you promised me. The Divine Master took a deep look at Shiji. Soon after, he let out a long laugh and prepared to leave the hall. However, Juoen suddenly said, "Senior Divine Master, what you promised this junior back then." The Master God paused. However, he did not even raise his head as he said, "Juoen, don't worry. I, Dohua, will naturally do what I say. If you become the #1 war god in this battle of gods, I will personally invite Elder Gu to save your wife." After saying that, the Divine Master strode out of the hall, leaving only Juoen and Shiji behind. Shiji looked fearfully at the Divine Master, who had left. Then he stared at Zhuowen, who was in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen, you shouldn't have come here. Even though you have obtained the right to enter the ancient battlefield is a dangerous place. You are quite powerful, but you are far from being able to protect yourself in the ancient battlefield." Zhuowen glanced at Shiji and smiled. "Senior Shiji, I know you're saying this for my own good, but I'm participating in the War of the Gods this time because I have something that I must do and someone important that I must save. So, I had no choice but to come." Zhuowen's stubbornness caused Shiji to take a deep look at Zhuowen. He sighed softly. "Since that is the case, I will not say any more words of advice, lest you say that I am nagging. How is your cultivation of the immortal art, ask the Buddha demon transformation?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "I have barely reached the ask the Buddha demon transformation. I should have reached the initial stage." Shiji raised his eyebrows and said, "Show me a move." Zhuowen was stunned. Then he looked around the hall and said, "Right here?" Shiji laughed and said, "Yes, right here. Don't worry. This divine hall is a true, immortal saint artifact. With your strength, you will not be able to cause any damage to its interior. Feel free to show me. This immortal art was created by me, and its might is extraordinary. If you are able to fully comprehend it, it will be of great help to you when you participate in the ancient battlefield." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. Then he took a deep breath and silently circulated the celestial energy within his body. After that, he pressed his palms together. Celestial energy instantly left his body and transformed into a brilliant Buddha light. I ask the Buddha and say, "A world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf." Terrifying Buddha light shot into the sky. The Buddha light gradually wriggled and fused together to form an enormous ancient Buddha shadow. As soon as the ancient Buddha shadow appeared, it pinched its orchid fingers together and flicked them. Instantly, countless falling flowers and leaves in the surroundings drifted down. It was a magnificent and colorful scene. Shiji looked at the ancient Buddha shadow and revealed a satisfied expression. It was really not easy for Zhuowen to comprehend the ask the Buddha demon transformation to such an extent in half a year's time. "Zhuowen, take a look at the real ask the Buddha demon transformation that I have executed." Shiji laughed and pressed his palms together as well. A wheel of light actually appeared behind his head. After that, a terrifying Buddha light that was millions of feet long erupted from his body. These Buddhist lights were far too terrifying. The moment these Buddhist lights appeared, the entire hall began to rumble and shake. Fortunately, Shiji had a sense of propriety in his attack and held back some of his strength. Thus, it did not cause an even more intense reaction in the hall. The Buddha light that was millions of feet long gathered together and finally formed an enormous ancient Buddha shadow that one could only look up to. The instant the ancient Buddha shadow appeared, Shiji slowly stepped out and came before the ancient Buddha shadow. He lifted his head and stared at the ancient Buddha shadow quietly. He muttered softly, "I ask the Buddha and say, a world in a flower, a Buddha in a leaf, a Buddha in a leaf, a Buddha in a Zen, a Bodhi in a Bodhi." As soon as he said that, a huge Bodhi tree that was filled with falling flowers grew in front of the ancient Buddha shadow. The Bodhi tree stood in front of Shiji, just like that. Then Shiji sat down cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and chanted in a low voice, lines of scriptures that seemed to have substance poured out from his mouth, and swept into the void, lingering around the illusory image of the ancient Buddha. At that moment, the ancient Buddha shadow that Shiji had unleashed was many times larger than the one before Zhuowen. If they really had to be compared, it would be like the difference between an adult and a child. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the ancient Buddha phantasm that Shiji had unleashed was filled with an indescribable spirit. The reason for this feeling was likely greatly related to the scriptures that Shiji had recited while sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. With this discovery, Zhuowen focused and began to listen to the scriptures that Shiji was chanting. At the same time, he earnestly memorized every single word. Perhaps because he discovered that Zhuowen was listening, Shiji purposely slowed down his pace and repeated the contents of the scriptures. As he continued to listen, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Soon after, he arrived before the ancient Buddha's shadow and said in a low voice, "I asked Buddha and said, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Tathagata, 1 Zen, 1 Bodhi." Just as he finished speaking, a Bodhi tree slowly grew out in front of the ancient Buddha. Zhuowen rushed to the Bodhi tree, sat down cross-legged, and began to slowly recite the scripture that Shiji had just recited. As he continued to recite, Zhuowen suddenly realized that the ancient Buddha's illusory figure behind him was also showing signs of life. Moreover, with the addition of the scripture, the aura of the ancient Buddha's illusory figure was also like a ferocious beast. It continued to soar, becoming much more vast and surging than before. When Zhuowen gradually woke up from under the Bodhi tree, he discovered that the ancient Buddha's shadow around him had already vanished. Shiji was silently looking at him. Seeing that Zhuowen had woken up, Shiji smiled and said, "This is the true divine skill of asking Buddha. Previously, although you had only scratched the surface, you did not understand the essence of asking Buddha." Zhuowen cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Senior Shiji, thank you for your guidance. This is a small matter. You don't have to thank me." Shiji waved his hand and said, swoosh. At that moment, a black light suddenly shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and revealed Xiaohei's figure. Xiaohei looked deeply at Shiji and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out the truth of what happened back then in the Chaos Temple?" Shiji's eyes flickered and said, "I have only found out a part of it. The remaining part can only be obtained by helping Dohua, the Divine Master, open the primordial battlefield." "Then, can you tell us what you know?" Xiaohei asked eagerly. Back then, although Cangjie was its master, Cangjie did not reveal too much about such important matters to it. This also caused Xiaohei to be rather vague about the truth of the catastrophe back then. "Do you know that Cangjie, the divine transformation realm expert who stood at the peak of the heavenly armor continent back then, was actually not a true divine transformation realm expert. He was only a demigod. A demigod is similar to a half-immortal. His realm is higher than a true immortal, but weaker than a divine transformation realm expert. He is half a step away from a true divine transformation realm expert," Shiji said. Xiaohei narrowed its eyes and said, "Master is so powerful, but he is only a demigod." Shiji nodded and said, "The source of the catastrophe back then is said to have been created by a true divine transformation realm expert who came from the starry sky. The smoke whale and the heavenly insect were both brought by this divine transformation realm expert. It is said that these two terrifying monsters were merely livestock raised by this divine transformation realm expert." After he finished speaking, Xiaohei and Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Zhuowen's heart was filled with disbelief. He did not know much about the heavenly insect, but he had entered the smoke whale's body. He knew how terrifying the smoke whale was. Such a powerful existence was merely a livestock raised by this divine transformation realm expert. This made Zhuowen feel extremely unbalanced. However, he also knew that divine transformation stage cultivators possessed powers and techniques that were beyond his imagination. In other words, the one who caused the catastrophe 10,000 years ago was a true divine transformation realm expert. Xiaohei said with a frown, It should be. For some unknown reason, this divine transformation realm expert invaded the heavenly armor continent. Then, countless warriors on the continent rebelled. 10,000 years ago, the few native divine transformation realm experts, led by Master Tsongjia, fought against the divine transformation realm expert. As for the final result, I do not know. Shurji said with a wry smile. Then why did that divine transformation realm expert invade the heavenly armor continent? With the strength of a divine transformation realm expert, there doesn't seem to be anything on the heavenly armor continent that is worthy of such an existence's need, right? Zhuowen asked,